Perfect. That's Hi, everyone. We're going to start momentarily, so just give us another moment and we will begin. Okay, with 7 of us in the room, let's go. We'll go live on our video as well. Oh, and then I'll hit the thing. All right, it's Monday, August 17, 2026 at 12:17 p.m. I'm calling to order the special meeting of the Governance Reform Task Force. For members of the public joining virtually, real-time interpretation is available through the Wordly app, which offers translation in more than 50 languages. A link to access the service will be provided in the WebEx chat. For those attending in person, the same service can be accessed by scanning the QR code located on the sign-in table. The Governance Reform Task Force was established to oversee the implementation of Measure G, a charter amendment approved by LA County voters in November 2024. Measure G introduces significant reforms designed to improve transparency, accountability, and representation within the county's governance structure. The GRTF's primary role is to guide and support the transition to this new framework, ensuring that the goals of the amendment are achieved. Public participation in these meetings is an essential part of this process. We welcome your comments in person, online, or in writing. This meeting is conducted in accordance with the Ralph M. Brown Act and is governed by the procedures outlined in Robert's Rules of Order. There will be no general public comment at today's special meeting. However, public comment will be taken at the conclusion of the discussion item. I will introduce the item, presentations will be heard, and task force members will have an opportunity to discuss the item. When public comment is taken, each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak on the item. If you are present in person and would like to make a public comment, please complete the speaking card, indicate which item number you would like to speak on, and we will call on you at the appropriate time. For those of you who are joining us online or over the phone, you may use the raise your hand feature on your computer or press *3 on your phone. We will call on you by name in the order received or by the first 3 digits of your phone number as it appears on the screen. Staff will unmute you and you will be able to speak or follow the instructions you hear. Let's go to roll call.
Members of the task force, when I call your name, please respond with present or here. Member Fasana,
Here.
Member Scher,
Here.
Member Mockridge,
Here.
Member Gray,
Here.
Member Rodarte,
Here.
Member Tabatabai,
Present.
Chair Pro Tem Sadwani,
Here.
Chair Yap.
Here.
We have 8 members out of 13 seats. Chair Yap, we do have a quorum. Also present is Executive Director Shadi Kardan and Parliamentarian Noro Zarabian.
Chair, Rosa is here. She's just in the back right now.
Okay, we will make note as soon as she walks in. That sounds good to me. And I know Member Phelps will also be joining us shortly as well. And so we'll make note, and just apologies to those who are making presentations. After you present, we'll just note it for the record, but the members are here. I will now go to Member Gray for land acknowledgement.
The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva Tataviam, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We're grateful to have had the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We're dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, and in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Yahavia Tom of San Manuel Nation, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, Coastal Band of Chumash Nation, Gabrielino Tongva Nation, Gabrielino Tongva Tribe. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit the Los Angeles City or County Native American Indian Commission website at lanaic.lacounty.gov. Thank you.
Much, Member Gray. I'm going to just go ahead and go into item number 2, presentation, discussion, and potential action, continued development of elected county executive recommendations. The GRTF will continue its review and discussion of the elected county executive governance reform or governance framework, including a preliminary analysis of the Director of Budget and Management and responses received from the Chief Executive Office to questions submitted by the task force. The discussion will also include input from community stakeholder groups regarding the development of the elected county executive framework. We're going to start with the stakeholder group presenters. And just for task force members to be aware, so each group will provide a up to 5-minute presentation, and then we will have 10 minutes for Q&A with that stakeholder. And so just letting you know, and then as per usual, you'll hear my timer a little bit just to give us guidance on timing. So on that note, I'm going to go ahead and start with RLA. RLA is a coalition of community-based organizations working to advance equity, accountability, and community voice across Los Angeles County. Presenting today are Alejandra Ponce de Leon of Catalyst, California, Viveka Ray Mazumder of LA Voice, Jacqueline Cotto of LA Forward, and James Suazo of Long Beach Forward. Welcome, everyone. Thank you for being here.
Oh, there we go. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to all of you today. My name is Alejandra Ponce de Leon, Associate Director with the Political Voice team at Catalyst, California, and a member of the RLA Coalition. And so our coalition, as explained by Nancy, Chair Yap, is made up of over a dozen community-based organizations and racial justice advocates coming together since 2022 to advance governance reform both in LA City and LA County that centers community voice and racial equity. In a moment, you'll hear from my colleagues, which will be here in our slide. We have Jacqueline Cotto from LA Forward, Viveka Ray Masumder from LA Voice, and James Suazo from Long Beach Forward, who will be providing key recommendations and considerations for you to think about how to integrate these as you develop your recommendations to establish the county executive. A couple of weeks ago, we had shared with you a framework with these 5 concepts, which we will go deeper in today. And through this framework, we hope to ensure community voices and a racial equity lens guide the implementation of the county executive, and that it helps to strengthen communities' trust in county government and set a deeper foundation for bringing communities to the table and enhance transparency and accountability. And with that, I'll pass it to my colleague, Jacqueline.
Hello, good afternoon, task managers. Good to see you all in person. I'm going to touch on the powers of balance. We have some bullet points there, but we do want to make sure that some of the powers of balance and some of the recommendations that we offer are taken into consideration, beginning with ensuring that the executive's powers complement, not overshadow the Board of Supervisors. And as we go into the board expansion, to consider not wanting or seeing an overly dilutive power of the Board of Supervisors, that we are increasing representation for residents. And we also want to recommend defining clear boundaries between the legislative direction by the Board of Supervisors and the executive implementation of the executive by the county executive. And we know that you've been deliberating on that, but we want to acknowledge that we are in agreement with that recommendation. And also to consider requiring a clear written justification when vetoes are put in place to promote transparency. We want to touch on the collaborative governance of building alignment with solidarity and collaboration by establishing structured collaboration mechanisms. And some examples are quarterly joint strategy sessions, shared policy dashboards, strategic planning processes. And then also touching on the checks and balances, which is to create an independent oversight structure to prevent concentration of power, especially given the absence of term limits. And some examples of that are independent budget analysis, consider regular oversight hearings, mandatory public reporting, consider a community accountability council, limits on appointment powers, emergency powers of safeguards, and performance metrics. Then the next slide is around transparency, and we want to touch on the decisions of the county executive should be in a transparent and public accessible manner. As the Board of Supervisors again begins to implement considerations of the county executive, we need to ensure that there is no perceived conflicts of interest between the Board of Supervisors and those potentially running for this role. Require annual ethics trainings, conflicts of interest disclosures and public reporting of meetings with lobbyists. Develop clear key performance indicators tied to equity, service delivery, budget execution, and departmental performance. Require quarterly public reports on process, challenges, and upcoming priorities, and to continue the conversation on budgeting process, which my colleague will touch on next.
Hello, everybody. Viveka Ray Mazumdar with LA Voice. So the county executive should make equity a core part of how the county sets priorities, invests public resources, and measures results. So that means on the budget equity side, using equity toolkits and department level equity assessments to evaluate who benefits from county spending, where resources are falling short in the county, and whether investments are reaching communities with the greatest need. The county should also create participatory budgeting opportunities so that residents can help shape spending priorities within their own communities. With respect to racial equity, the county executive should require equity impact assessments for major departmental decisions, policies, programs, and budget proposals. And the county and each department should develop 5-year racial equity strategic plans with clear goals, public reporting, and accountability measures. And finally, this work needs permanent infrastructure, so a chief equity officer and a dedicated office of Department of Racial Equity that has authority, staffing, and data capacity to support departments and hold the county accountable for results. With respect to constituent services, we feel strongly that there should be a fully staffed office for constituent services for all residents of LA County. But beyond that, within that office, there should be an office specific for unincorporated communities, those who do not have a city government to turn to. And I'm speaking as an Altadena fire survivor. My family are fire survivors, and this would have been an incredible resource for us over these last 19 months as we've navigated our recovery. The county executive and supervisors should coordinate to make county government easier to navigate. So that means multilingual constituent services and case coordination across the county executive office and across the supervisor's office and departments. So people aren't being bounced back and forth between offices. We're concerned about the possibility of that happening. And so people can track the status of their case. And supervisors should remain the priority local advocate for constituents. We don't want to hamstring supervisors through this process. However, the county executive should help coordinate faster departmental responses, remove bureaucratic barriers, and ensure issues are actually resolved to help create a seamless system where residents know who to call, where to go, and how to quickly and efficiently resolve their issues and navigate county processes. I'd like to pass it to my colleague, James.
All right, so just to wrap up our framework, the last part is around equity and representation for future candidates. So we acknowledge that it's our shared vision with the GRTF that we want to see inclusive representation by the people and not by the privileged. And so part of that is asking ourselves who is most likely to run, who is most likely to win in this position as we're carving out responsibilities and having conversations about balancing the playing field. Measures to even the playing field in some of these solutions include campaign finance reforms, and election system reforms that limit outsized influence of wealthy individuals and corporations, whether this be ranked choice voting or public financing of elections. And lastly, I'll pass it to Ale to close us out. Oh, just kidding, thank you.
So we are open for questions.
Let's start with Messure.
Questions to the chair, and I'm booting up to see, is there an additional written presentation that provides essentially drill down on the bullet comments that were made? Or is this PowerPoint presentation the extent of it?
We only submitted the presentation, but we do have plans to submit a letter at the end of this week that actually kind of goes in deeper in all of these bullet points.
Okay. Real quickly, I'll just hit a couple of areas where I would have additional questions. I thought the written, and this is only just a few quick notes, the written justification for vetoes I thought was at least interesting. The checks and balances, I think I heard something about an independent oversight group. I'd be curious to know what, I'm not sure that's within the range of the GRTF, but I'd be curious to understand what your groups are thinking there. Address perceived conflicts between the Board of Supervisors and potential conflicts, obviously beyond political issues that might differentiate them. I want to know what the thinking is, what a conflict of interest is between one elected official and the others. On the constituent service slide, in case coordination across county exec and board of supervisors, I think I understand the thinking there. Is your request that that is increased beyond what currently is in place? And would it replace constituent outreach that currently exists in the board of supervisors, each individual office? And so maybe just a little more clarification on that. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for
Jackie.
that. Oh, go ahead. If you have a response now, or I'm hearing also it's an ask for clarification if you send written too, but if you
Okay.
have anything you'd like to quickly respond, happy to hear
We
it.
could respond to, I think, like the oversight, if you, Jackie, if you want to speak a little bit to that. In terms of constituent services and like the coordination, we can also speak to that, and we can also address what we meant or where that came from in terms of like what, just ensuring like folks that may be running for this position in the future that are currently in the Board of, Supervisors, just kind of uplifting that as like considerations as things are getting developed and implemented, what can be put in place, to just kind of be aware of that. But also, yeah, so we can share a little bit about that.
Hi, thank you. I think you do bring a good point with thinking about the oversight. I want to make sure that we are more in detailed in the letters that it expands on it, but thinking about what's already in place and where we can expand. And then that's our work to do also as well, so that we don't overlap. But thinking about the oversight that's currently stands versus the oversight of the county executive to see where the difference are. As I've heard some of the task force members and also us, a lot of us, when we had our teaching, a lot of our community members didn't even know we had a county executive. So how is that oversight going to be with that branch versus the Board of Supervisors? So thinking about those different oversight kind of, pillars.
Thank you for that. And I think what I might do is catch like the questions from the next three and then maybe let you all answer in a group because that might be helpful given our time restrictions. So why don't I go to member Mockridge and then Rodarte, then Sidwani.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Chair. Thank you all for being here and making this presentation. I really appreciate you taking the time out on a Monday from probably your very busy schedules to be here and present, but I know it's very important to you. Um, I think I have a couple questions very similar to Member Sure. Just if you are going to follow up with a more detailed letter, I would love to understand more on your thinkings with regards to measures to even the playing field. The bullets that you have here are campaign finance reforms and new election systems. And very similar, I'm not sure if that's within the scope of governance reform task force. However, I think it's an important opportunity to just expand on what that may mean for the context of anybody looking and doing follow-up work after we are in an implementation phase of Measure G. And then in that same respect, I always want to take the opportunity to call out specific communities that should be prioritized. And I'm familiar with many of your organizations and who that would, but if in this moment here, you can specifically call out the communities, the stakeholders that should be prioritized in this work. You have done some of that in your presentation, but really making space to call out specifically who we should be thinking about. Thank you.
Rodarte?
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd kind of like to get this answer now. I know we're kind of waiting to the end, but this is going to help me kind of frame the rest of my notes that I have here. How do you craft your recommendations? Like, what's your process? You're a multi-member group with very similar viewpoints, I'm sure, right? And I want to make sure that I understand how you craft your positions and to send them to us or to whatever other work you do. Can you just give me a brief, maybe 1 or 2 minutes on that?
Yeah. So in terms of the way that we set up our structures, we do have a work group that is made up of, majority of the members right here. And with the steering committee, we often, every month, we have meetings and we report out and we provide information and updates and also give them an opportunity to learn about what is it that the work group is proposing, right? And to be able to get feedback from those community partners as well. Given the timeline, we didn't have an opportunity to actually create more opportunities to meet with residents, so with our collective base and having community convenings, which has been one of the things that we've done in the past. But we have been able to organize 2 teach-ins, LA Voice and LA Forward organized one, as well as Long Beach Forward. And that has been another way of us also gathering feedback directly from residents. One, educating them about what is happening, providing more information and creating space space for them to uplift a lot of like their concerns and their ideas. And so the work group takes all of that feedback, both from the steering committee and members of, of our base, and start to kind of like identify the different themes and issues that are coming up. And for us to think about, for us to address like those concerns, we come up with ideas in terms of recommendations. And so that's been the process that we've taken, at least for this one.
And if I can add, we also do a deep dive on the material that you have provided and the research that you also do. We also do our own research. And in addition, we are a work group, but we have a sub-work group of community engagement where our members also give us feedback on what they're thinking directly. So that goes into feeding our recommendations to inform the policy changes that we put in, that we're recommending.
And lastly, I'll just add that similar to you all, as educating the public about what is the scope of this work group, that's a similar task that we all take on with our membership. One of the things we heard a lot in our teach-ins was also the fact that there's no term limits for this situation, but also illustrating the point about the different levels of where decision-making happens, city, county, state, right? And so it's important for us that when we hear these what might seem visionary or lofty ideas and solutions, that still gets included in this discourse. So even, campaign finance reform, these are all the issues that I think are important to people that are living within these different communities, that are experiencing either trust or distrust within government. And so whether it's not part of this process, we hope to imagine what this bigger vision and process could look like even post Measure G.
Great. Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate, I know I was on a panel with you and the CELIC coalition, and it was a great turn. I mean, I was impressed by the turnout in that. So I appreciate the work that you guys do. But I want to understand, you guys are all paid staff. It's your day job to organize communities, right? To bring people together. That's kind of what you do, right? It's your passion. Nothing wrong with it, right? But that's what you guys do, right?
I'm not paid staff.
You're
I'm
not just, okay, so
volunteer. Yeah.
volunteer. Okay, but some of you guys have like staffs that help to like craft this, right? Like you don't solely rely on volunteers, or some of your groups do.
I mean, my organization's a small team of 8, but I'm the only paid staff
Yeah,
on this campaign, so it's all.
I'm not harping it at all. It's perfectly fine. I understand that's the way things work because sometimes you need full-time people to
Right.
do this stuff, right? Absolutely. Okay, I'm gonna run down through my quick questions and then we'll move on to the next folks. On equitable representation, um, I understand what you're saying, but I'd like you to maybe elaborate on it a little bit, not right now, in a letter, maybe a response, so I can better understand what that means for you, right? Because it may not mean the same for you that it means for me. I understand what equity is, but I want to make sure that as I'm kind of mulling over what my position is going to be on these things and what recommendations we should put forward, I want to understand your perspective because I think that's important because you guys are really in touch with the community, right? I mean, obviously, and so it's important. So I want to hear a little bit more on that and how we might implement
Point of
that.
order, Chair. I- we've invited these different organizations and groups to present to us. I don't think it's appropriate to challenge their qualifications, challenge their.
I didn't challenge anyone's
I
qualifications, and I haven't
I have
interrupted you. That's not a point of order.
well, I just think
I-
this is inappropriate, and it
That's not a
really,
point of order.
well, I
I didn't. Did I? Do you feel I challenged your qualifications? I don't think you're unqualified at all. I think you are absolutely qualified to do the work.
A little bit, yes.
So I'm going to just stop. So I do want you all to have an opportunity to ask questions so you can hear what is important to us. I think just actually if you can name the remainder of your questions. And
That's
we
what
can
I
go
was
for there.
doing. That's
Yeah,
exactly
so
what I
let's
was
get
doing.
there and let's try to go. And I think because we're actually out of time on this 10-minute, but I do feel like Member Sadwani has a question as well. So if we can go, let's go
I will
through it.
finish up as quickly as possible. So that's what I'd like to hear. Just kind of like your perspective on it, right? And then on the collaborative governance, that's something that my association works all the time with collaborative governance. A little bit more on that. I heard what you said around the strategy sessions and that kind of stuff. Um, how we might do that or what processes we could put in place to ensure that that happens.
Yeah.
I would be interested to hear your ideas on that. Um, and then on the transparency part where you talk about annual ethics training, conflict of interest, and lobbyist meeting disclosures, some of that stuff is already state law. So I'd like to hear from you, like what other kind of like local stuff we could do or how can we put that stuff in
Okay.
place to make sure that it's a little bit more robust than what is required by the state or other already existing requirements. And finally, on the when you were talking about staffing for community engagement from the county executive, um, uh, we've talked about this a little bit, and the concern is like the overlap and like who's going to ultimately be responsible and that kind of stuff. So maybe just little bit more elaboration on that. I would appreciate that too, to see how can we do that, or how would that work, right? Because at the end of the day, we have to do this it's a zero sum game with not increasing the budget, but that's potentially a whole bunch of more people out in the community, that are kind of doing the same work. So if you have ideas on that, I would love to hear those as well. Yeah, that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. And quickly, I wanted to note that in our conversations, we reflected on the fact that some of what we had mentioned is clearly out of the scope of the GRTF. But as we thought about what feels most urgent right now, we realized that as candidates, as people are going to declare their candidacy, we wanted to raise some of the background issues around uh, voting systems and what we're just concerned about could be coming up in this next phase. And so it's not a reflection of us being unaware of what the scope of the task force can do, but rather the conversations that are coming out of our base and our own concerns within the timeline that we have. So thank you so much.
I will say for myself, I actually really appreciate the context, and I think it's for us to also understand where our scope is, but for us as members to actually hear what you're hearing from community and how we can frame it in terms of your bigger plans is very helpful. So thank you for that context. I'm going to go to Member Sidwani and Member Steele, and then we'll wrap up with your presentation.
Thank you so much, Chair. And I'll be brief, and it's totally okay if you want to submit stuff later or respond now. I know we're on a time crunch. But first, I just want to thank you all for being here. I really appreciate this presentation, really excellent. And I know that you all are out there doing the work to uplift the voices of so many working folks who can't be here today at noon on a Monday. So I really do appreciate you being here. And especially for Alejandra and Jacqueline, these were two amazing advocates whose voice I had the opportunity to hear very often during the redistricting process. So it's exciting to be able to see you here in person along with your colleagues. I was really a lot here, and I look forward to additional information. In particular, the structured collaborative governance. You had listed a number of things: dashboards, performance metrics, quarterly strategy sessions. I thought that was really fascinating. So I look forward to hearing more about what that might look like. And I'll also just say, one of the things I've asked both staff and some of the consultants that we have, but if you have it, examples of places where they're doing it well, right? I think sometimes we are kind of stuck in our LA box, and I, even for myself, I'm always learning about like how they do it in Miami, how they're doing it in Chicago, how they're doing it in other places. So if you all have examples of sort of best practices of places you feel like are really doing these kinds of things and being successful at it, I'd love to hear it. In addition, if there's also examples of when the county has really gotten it wrong. Vivica, you mentioned Altadena fires, and that's hits home for me also. But I have a feeling there's a lot more. I feel like every year there's so many headlines in the LA Times of things the county not really being great about. So places and opportunities where, as we're thinking about instituting new systems, that it's an opportunity to get things right for communities. I think would be really exciting. The other piece that I'm really thinking a lot about now is constituent services. We had this conversation at our last meeting. It's important for sure that the elected executive has constituent services elements within their office. It's going to be important that the Board of Supervisors maintain that, the departments maintain it. But as you all pointed out, how do we coordinate that? So that's one of the pieces I'm really trying to think about how the county can do that better as we're establishing these systems. So thank you so much. Appreciate y'all being here and all of the work that you do.
I am going to note that Member Soto was here at 12:25, a little sooner, but I'll mark it in the record as 12:25, and Member Steele is here at 12:40 so that I can call Member Steele.
Got it. This portion right here is questions that we have, or is it Q&A based off the presentation? Just for clarity, I apologize.
Q&A with the presentation.
All right,
And then
cool.
I think to note, this is clearly just the beginning of engagement. And
For
so
sure.
I know we're looking forward more. What would we love more information on? And then we'll move to next presentation.
And I know we have the event that's coming up on the 21st, so I think like some of the feedback out of this can also be brought to some of the community members, and I'm 100% sure you're going to try to help us get turned out for that day, so that they can actually put input even further. Um, I think Member Rodarte's questions kind of stem from some of my commentary about some of the other folks who have been asking about getting engaged in this process that are from cities across the county. And I keep saying they get paid to do what they need to do. They need to come to these meetings. So I just want to clarify, majority of the people who are here, a lot of them, for their representation, they're volunteer. Like they volunteer the time to actually organize community members to get portions of this type of presentation together in order to manifest this, right? It's not the hundreds of thousands of dollars that kind of go to cities for these different staff members to be able to do the things that they do, rightfully so for the municipalities that we represent. I just want to be very clear. Let's not. I don't want to do this comparison contrast thing with the folks who are volunteering to kind of be a part of these different organizations that do this work every single day. Yes, some of them get paid, but I think the difference of it is completely different. Question I do want to ask though, and hopefully you all can kind of go a little bit deeper on this. Um, when you are thinking about the implementation of equity into the process, right? Your framework of equity and how we kind of engage in it from a community standpoint. Can you give a couple specific examples of like one how we see it is from an equity lens, and also how that kind of shows up in some of the recommendations you have. And I should also note, last meeting I gave the definition. Equity is the natural law or right to justice and proportional fairness, right? And so that's across the board for all folks, and how we think about the needs-based assessments that are needed in order to address it. And so as we kind of, as you all can define it how you wanted to, how you feel like you should define it, but I just want to give context as to the conversations that have been happening in this space as far as that's concerned.
And I would love to give you space to respond quickly, but also I think what I'm also hearing is helpful for the definition when you writing. I think it just helps us to see from your lens. But if you have a quick response, I would welcome it.
Yeah, no, well, thank you though. I think in terms of all the questions, really appreciate. I think a 5 minute presentation is not enough to really go into
Or
the
talk
weeds of
about
everything.
it.
But it's just like a touch, of our thinking. I think when it comes to racial equity, and equity in general, right? It's not just about race, it's about gender identity, renter, homeowners, all these different things, right? And at the end of the day, it's like who gets to have a seat here at the table? Who has access to their elected representative? You may have access, you have a phone number you can call, but will you have the response? Will they be responsive to you? And I think there's a lot of folks in LA County that feel disconnected, feel like even if they come out and say something, it's not going to be taken into account. And a lot of the times it falls by race, by economic status, by education, by all these different things. And so when we want to see our government really working for the people, we have to think about what are the barriers that are already in place that we need to remove, and what are the kinds of system changes that we need to think about to make it possible for people's voices to really be heard. That when decisions are made around the budget, it reflects the priorities of the communities, but especially those that have been most harmed or most neglected. And so, how do you bring that racial equity lens, that equity lens, to think about who is most impacted, who gets to be, who is overlooked, who gets the worst of whatever decisions, right? And when you practice that racial equity lens and you put in the toolkits, the questions to assess, right? Who's benefiting, who isn't? I think that that's where you start. And so a lot of our recommendations are really thinking about not only what are the practical things, practices, and processes that can really help to bridge and connect with communities that don't know how to engage. We didn't even know how to get into this building, as an example, right? But yes, I'll pass it.
Yeah, and just really quickly, I think I would add too that one of the things we hear a lot, especially in the conversations around these potential reforms, is about how is this an opportunity to address distrust, like longstanding distrust that has come before any of us have been in this room, right? And so part of that in the equity conversation is even understanding like what are our constant practices and solutions, and how do they either address distrust or build more distrust, right? So for instance, one of the things that we heard feedback from, and at least in the teachings we had, were why are all these meetings moving to different days and different times programs at different locations. And the reality is, like, LA County is really big, maybe too big, right? And so this is an effort for us to be more equitable, to reach more people, yet to folks who feel disconnected and distrust of the system, they see it and say, they don't want me to be part of that because they're intentionally moving everywhere, right? And so not that it's a perfect, we're not going to be able to find something that appeases everyone, right? But that's part of equity, right? It's about addressing where is that need specifically, and then are we in real time getting that feedback to think about how do we use this opportunity to advance and recommend reform and restructure in a way that really builds that trust.
I want to quickly add the equity for us is also thinking about how our local officials, our governance responds to a catastrophe by region. We know that, for example, there is an issue or a spill in Southeast LA versus Porter Ranch. The response is very different, and that's not equitable. So thinking about how the response can be the same by region, it's really important.
Thank you. On that, just really thank you all for being here, and thank you for being first, because I think gives us a moment to get our process together. But really appreciate your presentation and look forward to your follow-up response. So thank you for that.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, for process for us as task force members, we have a lot to go through today. So I ask that your questions be concise. We're going to capture all the questions at the front end. So after the presentation, anyone who has questions can ask them. And then we'll give the remaining time to the presenters to answer so that we can get it kind of a little bit more quickly, I think, especially for all of you. Next, I'm going to go to San Gabriel Valley, South Bay, and Gateway City COGS. Representing the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments, South Bay Cities Council of Governments, and Gateway Cities Council of Governments is Hector De La Torre, Executive Director of the Gateway Cities Council of Governments. He will be presenting on behalf of the 3 regional councils of government. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thank you for letting us have this opportunity to speak. We haven't engaged to this point because we're pretty damn busy. We represent 9 million out of the 10 million residents in LA County, collectively, the COGS. And then as a subgroup, the 3 COGS that I'm representing here today, Gateway Cities, San Gabriel Valley, South Bay Cities COG, represent over 5 million LA County residents. We represent more people than the city of Los Angeles. LA County, in its unincorporated areas, only represents 1 million people, for comparison. So what are the COGS? These were organizations that were created in the 90s to bring together clusters of cities just to make it a little more manageable. There are 7 COGS in LA County. We manage issues like transportation, housing and homelessness, environment, economic development. Some do some different things. That's kind of the core. We all do those issues. And we're a vehicle for cities to engage with the county, with other agencies like South Coast AQMD, like Metro, like SCAG, like the state of California. So we're engaging with all governments, including LA County. We also represent, the 3 of us represent 72 of the county's 88 cities. Again, just the 3 COGS. So I'm here just to go over a few considerations. Completely respect that the advocates are here and having their voices heard. City governments are co-equal government entities with the county. Co-equal. We are partners. We're not here to advocate. We have a role that's constitutionally defined that we must fulfill on behalf of the public. So first, a new county-city relationship. Obviously, Measure G is changing things. So we need to be part of those discussions for how we're going to engage, to the point that was just raised in terms of the fires, right? Some of that stuff happens in cities. It doesn't happen in unincorporated areas. And so we need to have mechanisms that are built in on day one for this new executive to engage with the cities and the COGs. And I'm going to use both of those terms kind of interchangeably because we represent them, they're our members, et cetera. So to ensure a smooth transition, county-city coordination should be built into the governance framework. And I'm not talking about saying, oh, local government, the local government office here at the county will take care of the cities. That's not how it works. We are, again, co-equals. We engage with public works. We engage with all the county departments. We engage with supervisors directly today. That's how it works. And so there needs to be some kind of analogous transition to this new CEO office. Next, there's a lot of models floating around. We just saw, the county executive in Milwaukee get nominated to be governor of Wisconsin. So it's kind of a big deal. And other places have been doing it for a long time. But we need one that's tailored to our structures because we do have these other entities on air quality, on transportation, on planning that overlap with what we're doing. And I don't know how those other counties do in those other states, but we need to take into account how our county works. So we have decades of history here. We have models and academic research, but we need to make sure, this group needs to make sure that it is unique, it is accountable to what we do here in LA County. We want to build a coordination structure beyond intergovernmental affairs, as I mentioned, just kind of saying, oh, that office will take care of you. That's not how it works. We're engaging on across all issues with the county, mental health for our homeless, the fire department. We have a lot of contract cities that get services from the county directly. And so we need to make sure that there's a mechanism for this. For the example that I use, parallel to what was mentioned earlier, during a wildfire that affects incorporated areas, a city may need to work simultaneously with county fire, sheriffs, public works, public health, emergency management. We need a structure for managing that kind of a situation, any emergency. But on a day-to-day basis, I would argue it's equally important. So who coordinates the county's response, how cities access decision makers, how unresolved issues are elevated. Preserve city access to leadership. As I mentioned, currently we have 5 supervisors. We engage the supervisor for your given area. For example, Gateway Cities, I think we're the only COG that has a majority of the supervisors. That's just coincidence. That's geographic coincidence. So we have the 3 supervisors. I can engage with any one of the 3 depending on the situation, or all 3 if it's a countywide issue. How is that going to work with an executive? Obviously, we'll still have supervisors, but that dynamic is very important for us. And especially for small and mid-sized cities that have fewer resources and less direct access to executive decision-making. This is a problem today. I have cities who are woefully understaffed, to your point, woefully. I have one city that has 200 vacancies right now. And you're wanting them to go chase, not you, conceivably, having to go chase down some department head in the county structure. They need to have someone that's going to be accountable to them for their needs, because they're not always going to have the perfect proposal ready to go for the county to support them. So very important that we have that access. The new framework should ensure that every city, regardless of its size, has a meaningful way to communicate, escalate concerns, and receive a response. What are the principles for our coordination? The framework should establish clear principles and processes for communication, coordination, consultation, and escalation, including when does the county and city responsibility overlap, uh, before consequential decisions affecting cities are made, so that we're aware that something is happening and engaged on the front end. When county functions under the authority of the county executive materially affects cities and consultation is warranted, and when issues cannot be resolved through regular channels and require escalation. So again, these are the kinds of things that we're looking for to work with you to shape in the coming weeks and months. Um, ensure ongoing engagement throughout implementation to ensure uninterrupted operations, right? This transition is going to happen, but the stuff that's happening out on the streets is going to continue to happen. And so we need to make sure that we have this ahead of time and throughout the implementation. The engagement should be direct between county and city leadership, inclusive of cities, regardless of city size or service arrangements. Again, LA City has 4 million people. Our three COGs have 5 million people. But I know it's easier to go to the city of LA and tell them what you want to do or don't want to do. It's harder to do 72. We've broken it down to 3 entities that work together all the time. We collaborate all the time. So it is a faster, easier way to communicate through the COGs because all of these cities are our members. My board, all of our boards, are made up of representatives from every one of these cities. And meaningful opportunities for city input to inform and shape decisions, not simply tell us what has already been decided. Test proposed governance structures through sector-specific meetings, move into testing proposed structures and responsibilities with local leaders and staff who would implement them. What works, what doesn't work, what have we tried already, etc. That needs to be part of this dialogue. They need to be concrete governance proposals, operational impacts and implementation challenges, gaps or conflicts in proposed responsibilities, communication, coordination, and consultation procedures, and to partner with the COGS or the cities directly, either way, uh, across every subregion and include cities with different sizes, service arrangements. We have a lot of independent cities that don't rely on the county at all for their direct services and relationships with county departments. So what's next? We asked the task force to address county-city coordination in the initial governance framework, establish clear and effective channels for communication, coordination, consultation, and escalation, conduct sector-specific convenings across every subregion, provide cities opportunities to provide feedback before recommendations are finalized. There is no hurry here. My understanding is you're going to present something in December to the board. So we've got a few months here to figure out some of this stuff. And we want to work with you to shape these processes and maintain ongoing engagement with cities throughout implementation until 2029 or whenever this person walks in. Happy to answer any questions. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your time. It looks like Member Steele, you have your placard up. And just a reminder, we're just going to collect all the questions. If there's a fast answer, you can answer now. But I think we're all looking forward to the post follow-up. And so I'm going to let my colleagues, it looks like we're going with Member Steele and Member Sure. Go ahead, Member Steele.
I appreciate you coming to the meeting, man. Welcome to the space. You know what I'm saying? Uh, I have two main questions. The first one is it possible if you can let me know what are the mechanisms that you all incorporate in your work that allows for uh, or centers like the work of community groups in your decision making processes, or like identifying the needs of what the needs are in the regions that you all represent. Like, and I give an example. Like I live in I live in Inglewood, and I know Jackie, and so like her office will call every so often. But most times when I hear from SBCOG, it's because they have like a grant or something that they're trying to go for to bring additional funding in based on some of the work that we do as an organization that might be supportive in it to help give some guidance or some ideas around it. But outside of that, as far as like community engagement, I don't necessarily kind of see that. And so, like with some of the ideas coming from these community groups, I would wonder in the idea of the things that you're bringing forward from an intergovernmental affairs standpoint, what are the tie-ins that bring in community voice into you all's processes? And then the second question that I have is kind of connected, like like for the recommendations you provide, because I think the framing of the different sections of energy that we need to be putting towards this, you know what I mean, for intergovernmental relations between the cities and the county, I think solid general positionalities that we need to be thinking about. But have you already done like a collective analysis, and like do you have like specific recommendations for us to really kind of chew on that we can push forward in this process? And the only reason why I ask that is because the timeline that we have, like if you have done a lot of the work for us to really kind of consider these ideas, it would be very, very helpful for our process. But if you haven't, that's cool, you know, because we can invite you to be a part of some of the other things we got going on. But the need for specificity would be really helpful.
Great.
I'm going to actually go to the other questions first and then let you
We'll
kind
get
of
you
answer.
answers. Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
You
And
want
then,
an overarching response, kind
yes,
of?
because
Okay.
then that might just be and then that way also you'll hear all of our questions and be able to maybe roll it into your answer if that's okay. Thank you. I'm going to go to member Sure.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation, and I understand that the chair has prompted a written report for drill down on the bullets and details. One of the things I'm particularly interested in is you commented on, it sounded like the COGS support the idea of working through the board offices with the system that you currently have in place. So in follow-up to the other Derek's question, I'd be curious either now or in the future to have details of that. One of the things that we're going to have to reconcile is an expansion of um, constituent or organization outreach to attempt not to disenfranchise anybody and not to create fundamentally a power imbalance between the Board of Supervisors and the elected EO. And so your feedback for your group would be very valuable to me specifically in that area. Thank you.
Yeah, great. I'm going to go to member Rodarte.
Yeah, just a quick question for me, and this is to the LA folks too, because I know you guys mentioned that 5 minutes isn't enough, right? It's not adequate engagement. So my question to you is for follow up is, and to you too, Hector, tell us how we can better engage with you. What formats might work for you? I know like the presentations to the community, but what do you see as a good form of engagement from this body to your groups specifically? What can we do to implement into our processes to make sure that your voices are not just kind of falling by the wayside?
Thank you. And then member Fazana.
A few things. I appreciate the presentations we've heard. One issue, I think, getting tangibles about what these relationships are today. So as we look at the structure, we can see how are they impacted? What are the changes going to be? And are there substitutes that will work? But to actually get some tangible resources there. Another thing, which, it's kind of interesting, Measure G really didn't get into this, but sitting on this task force, the issue of the 10% of the population in the unincorporated communities, it's a line of work that the county's involved in for 10% of the population. But are there any thoughts about whether the county ought to be transitioning out of that business longer term? And knowing that a lot of cities don't want their adjoining unincorporated areas to go with them, but is there some thought about what we might do longer term? Because I think, I live next to an unincorporated community. Their relationship with the county is a lot different. In some ways, it's stronger, but their relationship with local control is much more remote than those that are in the cities. So both things are simultaneously true. And I guess as we're going through everything else with a county executive and expanded board, thinking about whether that really is something we still want to continue, or whether we ought to be evolving away from unincorporated areas, and if there should be some kind of incentive structure, incentives or other means that might encourage people to consider incorporating or annexing or individual cities. I think that really could be important. Another thing, going back to these relationships, and I don't mean this as a threat, but I'm saying I've been around long enough that if people feel that the relationships are shattered between the cities and the counties, that's when you start talking about seceding from the county and forming other counties. And realistically, when you look at the size of the Southern California counties to the Northern California counties, there might be something to that. But I think as we look at the input that we get, we need to be cognizant of that there is a possibility down the road that if people feel that they've really been cut off from having a workable relationship with the county leadership, that could be, you'd have a lot more discussions there. And I've always been one that thought that there's a lot of advantages being in LA County. But I mean, San Fernando Valley and other areas. And if you have these cogs, which are far more organized than they were in the 90s, if they all decided at the same time that they wanted to be separate counties, uh, that would be a real threat at the polls if they all decide to leave simultaneously. So I think we just need to be cognizant that what can we do to preserve a feeling of confidence that the relationships will be strong and that they will endure even though they will change. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just to track so that you also know where we're at, we're going to go with Member Phelps, who has now arrived, and I have you down at 12:50. And then Member Mockridge, Soto, and Tabatabai. Oh, oh, Soto before you. Okay, okay. But I was going to go to Member Phelps and then Member Soto.
I had it's a question as a follow-up regarding preserving city access to leadership. And you made a comment about not having to chase down department heads. So my question is, do you not consider department heads executive leadership in the county? And I've heard conflicting feedback from other city leadership that says that they really uh, actually no, I won't. I won't. I won't make that comment. But uh, I just wanted to get a better sense of the access that you have now with the supervisors, and how do you see that relationship with the supervisors changing? Um, because I don't see the relationship of supervisors changing that much. I just see an additional relationship being created with an elected county executive, and I believe all the cities have a relationship with the appointed county elected, or I'm sorry, the appointed chief elected, or thank you, the CEO's office. So I foresee that relationship shifting. Um, and certainly in an emergency situation, I do see that continued need for coordination. I just don't know that I see a lack of coordination with the addition of an executive. So I would just like to get a better understanding of what you mean by access to senior leadership. Are we only talking about you want to have 88 cities have a direct phone line to the county executive and each of the supervisors, and you would like to maintain that? I, I'm asking if that's really what you're saying, and that there's not room for the role of department heads, because I've heard from other city elected officials that that relationship is as important, if not, is as important as a relationship with supervisors.
Um, yeah,
Well,
thank
and
you.
yeah, thank you. I know it's very tempting, but I actually even am hearing a theme around just understanding current structure and what might be helpful moving forward, and how what concern you have about the different the added elected is more what I'm hearing, and a theme I'm hearing. So thank you for that. And then Member Soto.
Yeah, that was a very similar theme for me in my comments. I was looking through the slides and initial governance framework, being a really important, aspect of the work that we're doing. But I do believe, like, what excites me as an unincorporated entity is to really look at the equitable access for residents across the county. And so understanding if there are ways that the city-county relationship could improve, right? Um, and maybe where there's been challenges, because my experience is that there's a lot more coordination and dissemination of resource and sharing of resource, right, between county and city, than there is in other areas, for example, in the unincorporated areas. And so it's an opportunity, I think, for us to not only look at where there's challenges, but also that equitable access and opportunity that exists with revisiting the governance structure, today. And I think, the only other thing I would say is, for me, the relationship with the Board of Supervisors, from what I've heard in any other internal and external conversations we've had, I don't think would change. I think it strengthens, and the relationship with the county executive helps with the coordination. At least what my hope is it helps with the coordination of services across the county, and specifically, like lately, I've been really honing in on the emergency response, right? Which is also important because oftentimes what I have seen this year is there's a difficulty in the priority of the push by the elected body and then the departmental response that sort of is trying to scramble and sort of support in the different ways that the electeds are asking for that support. In particular here in East LA, the challenge of also coordinating between city and county, right, there. So yes, I mean, you all are very experienced in what the needs of the cities and especially like all cities, right? The large and the contract cities. It's important that we understand where there's been those barriers so that we can um, really analyze the larger challenges and opportunities as we move forward.
Member Mockridge?
Thank you for being here. Thank you for the presentation. Much like Member Soto, I am a resident of unincorporated East LA, and so I appreciate this perspective from the COG and from the cities. I don't have a city representative to go to. I don't have a COG to go to help the city be held accountable. The coordination with the county literally comes on our street because our neighbors have to coordinate. And so the department heads that the cities and the COGs are chasing, we are also trying to chase as residents who don't have anything in between. So I just want to acknowledge that, the 88 cities and there's 125 unincorporated areas within the county over those, as you mentioned, those 1 million people who don't have representation. Uh, but because this is the first time I've had the opportunity to engage with the COG specifically, can you describe to me, so your slide said 72 of the county's 88 cities are part of the 3 COGs mentioned here. Do all of the 88 cities, are they in a COG and just not one of these? And how does the city become part of a COG, or is it just that every city gets to be in a COG, or do they have to, do they pay, is there membership?
They pay dues.
They pay dues. Okay, so all 88 cities paid dues to a COG in order for the COG to elevate some of their concerns at a county and maybe state or federal? I don't know, I'm asking.
I am gonna let Member Tabatabai ask his
Okay.
question, and then I feel like because I think
I can touch
some of
on
the
some
answers,
key things and then
yeah,
we'll get you something in writing.
yes, I think that would be so great because I know some of our questions have a lot of pieces around them, but I think it's good for you to hear where we're all at. So thank you, Member Tabatabai.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I think my question, because a lot of the presentation really kind of focused on um, trying to maintain a lot of the structures because it currently works for the cities, at least that board of supervisor relationship, and your the cog that has 3 supervisors, good for them. But I guess one thing I'm wondering is how are the cities or how are the cogs thinking about the fact that this is now going to be an elected executive, right? That this is a political position, and understanding what it means to be on a 4-year term, having to um, respond to the voters, and also for us as we're contemplating what kind of powers to give them. I know you mentioned about chasing down department heads, but again, you know, this elected executive is going to have to be able to have this authority, and right, this idea that the supervisors may be able to push folks in a different direction than this elected executives. I'm assuming that none of your cities would want that to happen, right? Someone else pushing someone that's under their authority in a direction that doesn't maybe fit their vision, or maybe is even counterproductive to their reelection. And so um, I, I guess I guess my challenge to the COGS is um, they need to see that this is transformative, that this is going to change, right? This idea that let's keep it the way it is, or that's not possible, and it's just not possible because this is an elected executive, and we have to understand those dynamics. And so I think what what I'd like to know is how do these cities and COGS, how do they expect to create or interact with this new elected position, who's elected by the 10 million residents of LA County, and what does that look like? And maybe they do have some things they can look at, right? The county sheriff is elected countywide, right? We have the DAs elected countywide, and so what does that relationship look like? How do they um, engage with those departments? Is there anything from that that can then inform us in the way we're doing this work? Yeah, so.
Thank you. And thank you to the task force members. Thank you for listening to all our questions. If you want to give a brief response on any, and then we also are aware, we'll give you, or that
Yeah, I
we'll
would
have
say
follow-up.
the overarching thing is right now it's very ad hoc. There is no structure. It is going to that supervisor and asking for their help with something. I have engaged with the CEO currently uh, a, a couple of times. Just I've done check-ins, I've highlighted issues that my cities have, et cetera. But it's not structural. So there is no, we want to keep it the way it is, because the way it is just happenstance. And so we would like something structured that that accounts for the change that you're referencing in uh, the government that's going to happen here. So, number one. Number two, I think it's really important to distinguish the roles. So, the currently the 5 people up there are the executive and the legislative. They're losing the executive part. So all of the staff is not going to be accountable to these 5 or 9. It's going to be accountable to that one person. That's a huge change. So that's one part of the job. And then constituency wise, the unincorporated communities, and I failed to mention, we have 27 cities and gateway cities. We also have 11 unincorporated areas, and I don't treat them any differently. They are board members, they sit in our meetings, they are part of our effort. So we don't ignore the unincorporated communities in, at least at Gateway. I don't think my other colleagues do either. But so there's that job too, and that job they share, right? Because it's constituency focused. So the elected CEO and a supervisor share that part. And I think it's important to distinguish those two roles. And so what I'm here to tell you is we need on the first one, the governance piece, that's what we need to identify ahead of time, structure, et cetera, because that's brand new. And so that's our approach. Um, and the final thing, we didn't come with answers. We came hat in hand to say, let's work together, let's figure this out on how we're going to engage with this new CEO going forward. We can come up with some ideas, we can proffer them to you, we'll put them in writing, and be happy to come back and have a follow-up discussion about those things. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for also just being a partner to us in this. And I know we'll have questions of you, and please ask them of us. And I know this conversation will create more questions as well. So we look forward to the follow-up. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Yes. All right. I'm going to move to our next presentation, Reimagine LA. Reimagine LA brings together community and advocacy organizations focused on reimagining LA County systems and advancing greater accountability and equity. Presenting today are Karen Garcia, communication strategist with La Defensa, and Byron Jose, policy and advocacy strategist with the Trans Latina Coalition. Thank you both for being here. And then same setup. We'll hear your presentation and we'll try to get all the questions in one so that you'll have a moment to respond.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having us, y'all. We're really excited to join y'all today and talk about people-centered county budgeting. So just to reiterate, my name is Karen. I use they, she pronouns. I am a member of the Reimagine LA Coalition.
Byron Jose, my pronouns are Byron or they, and in addition, Trans Coalition is one of the steering committee members of Reimagine LA.
So first, we're going to just talk about the coalition and the current state of Measure J, which is largely what we oversee in our work. How we engage with the community, and we would like to see the county engage with the community countywide, and then going into our feedback and findings. So first up, the Reimagine LA Coalition is a historic alliance of grassroots organizations, community leaders, and advocates united by a shared vision of care over punishment. We have over 100 organizations within the coalition and about over 20 organizations that are part of our coordinating committee. So we bring together Black, Brown, immigrant, labor, faith, and youth-led groups. And the coalition has really built this unprecedented solidarity across LA County. Through the passing of Measure J. So Measure J passed in November 2020 with 2.2 million LA County voters approving it. And what the measure dictated was that at least 10% of locally generated unrestricted funds would go to addressing racial injustice through community investments. We're really proud of how holistic our coalition is. We're one of the only coalitions that really covers all items of the budget. So we speak to our youth partners, we speak to housing justice organizations, immigrant rights organizations, TGI organizations, we reentry, diversion. We really try to speak to all groups as we're gathering information on how we want to influence the budget to a Care First one. So the fight for Measure J, as you all know, as it was discovered in this body, Measure G has inadvertently repealed Measure J based on the language. And, this is an administrative error by the county that now has costed us a lot of time, energy, and money to try and reverse. And this error goes against the will of Angelino voters. And currently, the coalition is in active litigation to declare both Measure G and J legal based on the official filing dates with the California Secretary of State. Meanwhile, as you all may have heard, a recent motion has approved by the Board of Supervisors, approves that a ballot measure in November will be created to restore the funds and also ideally establish an ethics commission. And the reason we mention this is just because we want to highlight the variables that are still active, right, and unresolved as this body is moving forward and receiving all of these recommendations. Okay, so some of the things that we do to engage the community. We're really proud of our participatory budgeting initiative with SD2. In 2021, our coalition was really pushing for participatory budgeting, where the community would have direct say on how funds are distributed across LA County. The Board of Supervisors came back to us saying, how would we even do this? How is this even possible? We don't know how this would work. And so we went and tried to do a proof of concept with SD2, who is our partner. So we recently wrapped up the first ever participatory budgeting initiative in Florence, Firestone, and Ladera Heights. And currently, there are 8 winning proposals that are being implemented in those areas. We've allocated $1.7 million for those areas, and the communities were able to literally vote on how they want their funding to be used for their communities. Something else that we're really proud of is our annual, sometimes biannual budget town halls. So ahead of the budget hearings, usually in April, we will hold an annual budget town hall where we invite the community to come and learn about all the happenings regarding the budget for that year. So we do political education on who are the board of supervisors, who makes the decisions, and when those decisions are being made. This year, we hosted our first ever advocacy panel where we had folks from different areas of expertise talking about the way that the budget, or the different aspects of the budget, and where there was and wasn't Care First initiatives being invested in. And so, like I said, we are a very holistic coalition that tries to capture and touch on all aspects of the budget as it pertains and affects our community.
Thank you. In addition to the current participatory budget model, we look forward to expanding it with another office as they continue their terms here at the board, and we want new seats. So at least will be 3 out of 5 currently. We also do surveys and a report back, but that is all to say that we want to make sure that as we transfer budget matters from the legislative or the board into one individual under the elected executive, that these co-governance, that this participatory budget, and more importantly, intentional engagement for communities continues to move into that office. We also do a lot of policy briefings and intentional stakeholders, so we want to make sure that the elected official includes that, so that is responsive to the electorate, not just folks at the table, and that just means like labor, which is overrepresented in this body, but also the different private special interests that will be working with one person as opposed to 5 or 9. We also want to make sure that there's expansion of opportunities for the residents to inform how our net county costs or local dollars are being implemented beyond the public comment period. And this body just set forth recommendations around what the budget hearings and what the budget process could look like. And now that is being, I should have brought my thesaurus, not disrupted, but it's being moved or shifted, right? As things can move into one office as opposed to a body of 9. And on the charts, I don't think we need to go very far out. We have a governor and we have a mayor, at least in the city of Los Angeles. I doubt that many residents are able to inform the mayor's budget. I don't follow our state work, but I know that there's the governor's review. But I also would question um, how would an average person have access to one individual, one office? Um, and then again, we were given this visual for comparison, but we have moved from 5, which is an average of 2 million, or in this case, with an expansion of 9, so like 1 to 1 million, to now 1 to 10 million residents ratio. So beyond the community members, the cities, and the cogs, right? We can't have it both ways. We can't say we need this one elected so that one person responds to these needs, while shifting or expanding what one person has to respond to. And then lastly, again, in the proposed county charter amendment, there was nothing being said around how this elective office would impact our county budget process. We were promised budget transparency, however. This one. Oh, FYI, the PDF is the most accurate rendering of this presentation for those folks that had to print it. Um, there wasn't a lot of visuals, so I did have to spend the weekend outside of my paid work hours trying to condense your findings, which were just blocks of text that are not easy to navigate, to be able to kind of like synthesize what I'm trying to say in like 3 minutes. But anyways, in addition to the the chart, the only few graphics that you'll find is presented, right? We can see that our board on the right, all the departments are moved outside of their offices. So now we have just the board, legislative analyst, in that little corner. So on the below that on the blue, that's what we're losing, right? That infrastructure, those different entry points for constituents, for residents to be able to call their office, if not 5 or now 9, right? And work with their deputies and service deputies, constituent services deputies, and staff to address these problems. And I don't work for the city. I'm not part of the special interest groups or the COGS, but I'm assuming they would have the same relationship as there, that we'll be able to call an office, their constituent, and then being able to work with those departments, because those departments will no longer report directly to the board. They will be reporting directly to not an executive, but other executive positions within the elective executive. And then lastly, in addition to the Measure G, Measure J variable that we are still contending or waiting on comes November, since Measure G is being part of it, clarifying back on the ballot. There's also the ballot initiative around binding arbitration. So focusing back on the budget, not only is the sheriff and the district attorney no longer under direct purview of the board, now under this executive body. So how will the board be able to set forth budget policy, budget implementation, and metrics if they're not being directly under this? But even beyond that, it's not under the elected executive, it is under the director of budget and management, which again, if we're waiting on a binding arbitration initiative on the ballot in November, right? What does that mean? So is the sheriff and probation and all these other departments just reporting to yet another person that works for the county and not an elected official? Um, and again, beyond operational oversight, the board's legislative body ability to set forth, update, and implement policy, specifically for the departments with the highest liability cost. So if you see that red circle that I created there with binary arbitration, if there's no overlap, who does it touch? Who is connected to that? Lastly, I wasn't able to access the actual charter, but this is the proposed amendments under Measure G. So we want to make sure that there are opportunities for community stakeholders, community members and stakeholders to provide input before the budget is fully baked. Going back to the city of Los Angeles, once the budget is proposed, then there's a set of one very long special meeting. So that will disrupt the recommendation that this body just set forth in January around how the budget hearing should be run and how what kind of level of transparency, metrics, and results are happening from our dollars. Um, and again, we want to make sure that if this is being led no longer by the board, but by an executive, how would that limit any public comment or any true feedback for this? Lastly, your recommendations recommended the budget to also go through the cluster process. Currently, there's a meeting chair, usually by that year's chair, their staff or their deputies lead those meetings, and then there's a CEO meeting facilitator, um, whatever that may mean. They act differently depending on cluster or meeting that you're in. And lastly, right, what is the county executive's overlapping role, not just in policy development, if their staff are going to be co-leading this meeting, but then in their day-to-day executive implementation. So they get to have both, right? They get to overlap in both, and the board is being completely removed from that. And then we're back at square one. We're in Reimagine LA community members, and again, more voters than that voted for Measure J than did for G. We're calling for, which is budget transparency. Um, and the director of budget management is not an elected position, right? So people were told with this elected executive, we will then have more transparency, accountability through this process, but we're back at square one if this is just a staff under elected. There are, I'll pause there. Um, I'll pause there.
Thank you. Thank you so much for this presentation. Thank you for being here. I'm going to open it to my colleagues. We'll take all questions at once. And it looks like we're at Member Sure and then Member Steele. Go ahead, Member Sure.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation, and Chair, with your indulgence, I don't have any questions, but I want to make two comments. First of all, the comment about the reason organized labor participates in this body is between myself and David Green, who's not here today, we represent approximately 90,000 county employees. I think the Board of Supervisors acknowledge that for meaningful change and for effectiveness of the workforce, you need to have employees' voices present. I also think that, and I'll just speak for myself, that I have an eye towards county employees, rep and non-rep, meaning unionized and non-unionized when it comes to civil service rights, the reorganization of the departments, new bosses, civil service, and stuff like that. So I did hear your comment. I appreciate it. I just want you to have kind of a top line understanding of why organized labor that represents county employees was invited to the
Those
table.
leaders did not submit their application to be in this body, so they were giving a special uh, motion to be able to do that.
I'm
I
gonna,
won't. I will take 30 to 40 seconds, but I will wait after two questions. One for the sake of my mental health, but we were asked to come here for a Q&A and a presentation, not to be assigned homework or to have my 10 minutes be used up by comments from the task force members.
Okay. Um, and then also on the binding arbitration, I do have a role in that. I mean, I'll need to disclose that. I'm the leader of I don't know, approximately 17,000 employees, rank and file, who would be gaining binding arbitration as a function of Measure A. It does not impact the department's individual budget or the control that the county has over those departments' budgets. And there's a specific reference in the charter change, and I'll get the acronym wrong. It's the Government Financial Officers Association recommendations on government policy and financing for the county has to be adhered to in administering these labor contracts. And it's just narrowly related, not to the departments, but to the rank and file employees who don't have the right to strike.
thank you. Member Steele?
I appreciate y'all coming to do this presentation, and I know it was in the late hour of trying to pull the pieces together, but it seems like you all did the due diligence of making sure it was here, and I'm really grateful for that. I just wanted to uplift and kind of underscore some of the pieces in your recommendations that kind of stood out to me. This meeting chair versus CEO meeting facilitator. I think trying to figure that piece out. You know, I just want to also frame this body has already done the work around or began the work around the budgetary aspect. Um, and some of that has already begun to be implemented. But when we get to the CEO being in the seat, I'm sorry, the county executive being in the seat, how those things get implemented with the budget the director of budget may seem a little different. So I think being thoughtful around that part in this conversation becomes really critical as well. Not only just in how the process and flow of how the county executive and the departments and the openings for community engagement. Some of the things we did lift up, all the departments have to do community engagement before they actually come up with their things for recommendations for the budget. I think we also baked in uh, uh, I'm sorry, the opportunities for engagement on the cluster level and in the board of supervisors meetings around the establishment of the budget before it gets approved. But I think to the point of what you're bringing up, even in the cluster space, like what does that look like? How can community members actually understand specifically how they can get engaged? Not even just community members, but also now we're hearing from the cogs and everybody being able to understand what the process is. But I think that overlapping role also from policy and executive implementation, I brought this up a couple times, but how we can flow what is the policy development aspect, maybe through the cluster process, and or what does the implementation of the policy spaces and how you actually engage in that process too. Do they need to be the same thing, or can they be two separate spaces so that people know exactly where to go when they're talking about implementation versus policy development? You know what I'm saying? Or budget development versus budget implementation. Those are two different things and spaces for advocacy. So, um, uh, underscoring that the budget off the director of budget is not an elected position, heard for sure, and it's very important to note because I think in the way that Measure G was framed, it sounded as if it was going to be something separate, but it's not. The county executive directs this position. So knowing that flow of things, I think is really important as well. But I just want to say thank you, underscoring some of the points that you raised. Appreciate you for your time, and hopefully see y'all on the 21st with lots of community members with y'all as we have this conversation further.
I'm supposed to be off for these 2 weeks like the board, but I'll be here. I just want to quickly add for the binding arbitration um, and the cluster. So the department directors have been, not all of them, but a good number of them have been willing to have been open to meeting with us, specifically around Measure J dollars. So we're able to have a sense of how is it being rolled out, what are the priorities, what is working, not working, to the best that they're able to share with us. So now, not only are they going to be hidden under one, so we're also able to gather all the different communities we represent, call every office to be like, we need to meet with this director if they're not willing to meet with us. But now they'll be under one person, and then again, a director of budget management who is not obligated to meet with the public. And I have camped out on the 7th floor when CEO Davenport was here, and again, they refused to meet with community members and stakeholders.
Member Rodarte?
Yeah, be quick. Thanks for the presentation. Just real quick, I was looking at the on the participatory budgeting in the District 2. It seems that I'm looking at Jonathan. That was like probably something from Supervisor Mitchell's office that she wanted to do because it doesn't seem like everybody did it, right? What kind of both of you guys, right?
It
Do you
only
know? Was it done in other districts?
No,
It was
just in
okay.
Florence Firestone, but there is talks of expansion right now.
Okay,
So
great. Two parts to that. One for you all. Homework. Sorry, Byron Jose. Can you tell us what your experiences was, how impactful it was, what the kind of process was, and how you liked it, and what you might improve about it?
we
And
have a
for,
report that we can send you.
I'm sorry.
We have a report. We made a
Oh,
report.
excellent. Yeah, if you
Yeah.
could send it to us, that would be amazing. And then the other side for the Supervisor Mitchell's office, how did you put that together? What did that look like? Because there may be something there we can put as a recommendation for the budget, the new budget person to say, hey, we highly recommend you do this, right? Because if it has a positive impact on the communities, that would be something I would wholeheartedly support.
Yeah, I mean, it came out of the results of Measure J in that fight. But I would say, in addition to this pilot, and that we're conversation with one office that is continuing in their seat, and hopefully the new member will have the political will to move forward with that. Is that we did host two. Different budget town halls with the offices, not just Supervisor Mitchell. We hosted one with Supervisor Horvath, and the Trans Latina Coalition co-hosted one with Supervisor Solis. So for us, it's more around other opportunities besides 1 minute of public comment when the budget is being presented.
Yeah, I agree. I think engagement requires more than one meeting. Absolutely, and I would like to see, because it's supervisors are still going to push, right? Even though the budget is kind of moving a little bit, they still ultimately have that balance. So they're still going to be pushing for priorities within their districts. And when we were talking about equity versus equality, this is where that comes in. Really, equity is different, right? And so there are communities that need more resources.
Thank you. I thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the
Can I
presentation. And
just
I
say
think the
something?
main, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to say one of the things that I'm also hearing is, and going back to the Measure G, Measure GJ, the binding arbitration, and waiting into November, is the fact that very obviously, and that's why again, when the elected official, like there was a date, or when they take office, how do we slow down this process? One, never been able to turn homework on time, so you may not get it from me. So we'll send you reports that already exist. But I would say, because you're also hearing how can this process change, is one, um, co-hosting the listening sessions with trusted messengers. That has worked. You've seen it happen with the organizations. The base is already there. The contractor that you hire for this process, that's the staff from this body that I interface with the most, and it was a very rushed process. They're great, but again, if we're just paying a consultant firm to do like a survey or do X, Y, and Z, and as we can see, people are not coming to those meetings. So how can we actually slow down this process, giving all these variables, and to have true community engagement for this process? Sorry, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the time. And I think what I'm hearing is the main homework is send us the report. So thank you. And I'm glad to hear there is one. So thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Appreciate you.
Right, everyone. Thank you so much. I'm going to go to the next presentation, which is the League of California Cities, Los Angeles County Division. The League of California Cities represents cities across California and advocates on issues affecting local government. Representing the League's Los Angeles County Division is Jennifer Kwan, Executive Director. She'll be providing a statement today. So thank you.
Unfortunately, our division officers had conflicts in their schedule, so they couldn't be here today, but I am happy to be here today to give remarks on their behalf. As the chair mentioned, my name is Jennifer Kwan. I am the executive director for the Los Angeles County Division of the League of California Cities. Cal Cities is the
Sorry to interrupt.
120.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I apologize. It just the I don't have their presentation.
I don't
I
have
just
a presentation.
oh, it's
I don't
not a
have a slide
presentation.
deck.
It's
It's
just
just
talking.
remarks.
Okay, cool, cool. I apologize. My bad, my bad. I just didn't want to be
Slide
missing
deck.
nothing. That's
You
all.
just have to listen to me. I promise it'll be fast. I did send the remarks, so there is a copy that you can have after. Um, Cal Cities is a 128-year-old member-driven organization that was created to allow city officials to come together collectively as a group to share information on shared challenges and successes. We defend local control through our advocacy efforts in the legislature, at the ballot box, in the courts, and through strategic outreach that informs and educates not only our city officials, but the public, policymakers, and opinion leaders. We offer education and training opportunities, and they are designed to teach our city officials about new developments and gives them a chance to exchange solutions to common challenges facing their cities. Our divisions cover every part of the state, and it is at this level that our city officials develop region-specific programs and carry out grassroots activities that support Cal City's priorities and goals. The LA County Division is the largest division within Cal Cities. As this group knows well, the county is a diverse and large in its interests. The size and demographics, we have more than 4,000 square miles, over 450 mayors and council members, thousands of city staff, and a population of more than 9 million people. Our division is guided by a 13-member volunteer board of directors made up of mayors and council members throughout the county under the leadership of a division president. Elected city officials, city staff, and other like-minded partners attend events throughout the year to share what they are doing and advocate for city interests locally in Sacramento and in Washington, D.C. Communicate important information to our city officials through several platforms, including our social media networks, our newsletters, and direct outreach from our regional team. The division provides member cities with an opportunity to further deepen their connections in the region by giving them a chance to exchange information with each other, also with other stakeholders in the county. Our division has a very active legislative program. We aim to work collaboratively with local government partners, businesses, and other stakeholders on issues where we have shared goals. The division has always committed to be an active participant in legislative issues that our city members, that impact our city members, especially those where we have general consensus. Issues like transportation, infrastructure, housing and homelessness, and crime prevention. Despite the varying positions that you can imagine from our 88 cities, the division has been successful at focusing on issues that benefit the entire region. I will also, I think it's important here to mention too that the division is the appointing authority for several county boards and commissions. We are identified in county statute. This means that city voices are intentionally represented on these boards and commissions, and that our city officials can offer a perspective that are impacting issues facing the county. Back to advocacy, and as it relates to advocacy, our division has voted to engage on specific issues before the Board of Supervisors, including some past issues that we worked on, including advocating for a larger return in Measure A funding and changes to the Metro Governing Board. We've also taken positions on county measures recently, including Measure ER and Measure E a few years ago related to the fire district funding. I'll also mention here the division has always had consistent strategic goals over and around public safety. It has been an issue that has continued to be at our top of our priority list. We've been engaged with our county counterparts on efforts related to retail theft reform, zero bail, next steps on the men's central jail closure, and Proposition 36 funding. Our board did not take a position on Measure G when it was before the voters. Our board specifically has not had a chance to review any of the proposals, so we can't offer any reaction or uh, responses to those proposals. But I will say that the division has long advocated for continued engagement and communication by the supervisors and county staff with all of our cities on any issue that would impact their communities. The relationships in these coalitions between our city officials and our local government partners are really crucial to the success of any county effort. As the task force continues their work, we encourage you to engage our city officials in a very meaningful way. Good ideas, implementation, and execution can come from this ongoing communication, dialogue, and collaboration with our mayors and council members. Mayors and council members are trusted voices in their communities. I think you should take advantage of that opportunity. Um, our division, we look forward to an opportunity to work with the task force on those goals and priorities. And if appropriate, I think the division can be a conduit for that collaboration and communication. In previous efforts, the division has been a partner in those efforts for the county and the county staff to reach out to our mayors and council members. So again, thank you for the opportunity. Like I said, unfortunately, I can't respond to a specific proposal, but I can say that we have long encouraged the county to remain a partner with all of our mayors and council members in the county.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for bringing this. And my understanding is there won't be or unless you want to field questions, but what I heard is just the statement. So,
Can we
so
give you
thank
homework too, since we've given it to everyone else? I mean, it's fair, I think.
or I think if, uh, yeah. So if you will, or I, okay.
Well, I don't. I think we just want to give you stuff and not expect you to answer it today.
Sure.
Is that
But
okay?
I'm happy to take information and feedback. If you have questions, I can take it back to our board. We can have that conversation with our board, and I can bring back the information and share that conversation and discussion with them, with you after I've had it with them.
Okay. Then maybe I'll just have the task force members ask their questions, and then I will go from there. So thank you for that. And I do think I feel like Member Soto. I saw your card up first, so Member Soto. Then I think it went to you. I think it was you. Yeah, Member Rodarte, then Member Steele. So let's go Soto, Rodarte, Steele. Let's go for it. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Member Soto.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for coming today and for being a part of this important discussion and presentations. Appreciate you also submitting your comments. It was easier to follow. So appreciating. We are having some audio issues, I think, depending on where we're sitting on this side. Um, so I know your body has a wealth of knowledge, so some specificity around, how we can strengthen relationship, I think is really, really important. I'm also hearing from you and some of the other bodies that there's a need to engage this body in a better way. And I know last year when we first started this discussion, I spoke with Member Rodarte, who was chair, saying we should actually go out to some of these bodies so that if there are formal conferences, meetings, opportunities that we could join, I'm sure the body would be interested in coming and presenting, on some of the recommendations or even some of the progress we've made so far. But the learning, I think, is really important, and I've appreciated um, RLA and Reimagine LA, who have very specific recommendations in their presentation. I know you said you're still working with your entity. Please come back and share specific recommendations with us because I think they're going to go a long way in terms of our understanding of where there's gaps and where we can continue to improve our structure as we develop it.
Great. And Member Rodarte.
Thank you. First, I would just want to make a quick point. Jennifer, you tried, I tried, I think the COGS tried to get elected officials here. But I wanted to note that elected officials are part-time. All of them, unless they're retired, have full-time day jobs. So it's very difficult to get an elected official to the hall on a Monday afternoon to sit around for about 3 hours, 2 hours, right? So that's why we don't see too many elected officials, but I wish we could have had more. However, that being said, my only question for you is what kind of timeline do you need to review? Because I know your processes are a lot more stringent than like ICA contract cities. So what kind of timeline do you need from first sight of a potential recommendation for you to get it to your board, to get it to the appropriate channels, to be able to respond to us, right? As we build our timelines, I think we should make some at least small consideration for that to give you the time to do that, right? Because sometimes one of the concerns that I brought up before is a lot of the stuff happens in the ad hoc, and it's not really public until we have those initial conversations, and they're usually almost ready for prime time by then. And so I want to give all of the groups, not just the city groups, but all of the community groups as well, enough time to go to their folks and say, here's what they're thinking, tell us what you think, and then let's give that back to us as the task force. So if you can give us that, not today, but at some point. Thank you.
Member Steele?
Thank you for coming today. I think to similar to what the questions that were raised when the representative for the COGS came up. I just in reading what the letter was saying, it's about like it's kind of like not only just a consensus of the people on the board, but also for the cities you represent. So even in the idea of like not having a position on the Measure G piece and also not have recommendations yet, you're still in a determination of what those recommendations could look like. At least that's the way I interpreted what you were saying. So I would want to also ask to you like what the mechanisms and also ways that you incorporate into your work how the work in of the community groups and the communities you represent can also be a part of the decision making processes that you all have. Just to kind of make sure that there are some representation of the ideas of the things that are happening on the ground in the decision making process so that there's more collaboration. So I would want to know a little bit more about that. And then, um, you know, uh, and then also like there was it was mentioned a couple times in the letter about the opportunity for more engagement, even with this body. So when you identify what more engagement is, like what does that look like for you all? Because I think it's also come up for you, and you should give shout out to Member Rodarte, who has made this case for the cities, the city managers, and all the different the cogs and all the groups for wanting to be able to be engaged with us, but there hasn't been specificity about what that means, right? And so I just want to make sure that we have that in mind because when we think about community engagement, I think we know what that means for some of the community organizers that are here, but like for the intergovernmental agencies, like how can what is it? What does it look like to be effectively engaged with y'all, right? I think having this space is one of them, but like to be able to make sure that these ideas are being considered and what we're moving forward, we would need to know a little bit more specifically how to effectively make sure that those things that you are coming up with can be considered in this space too.
Or I'm gonna go, is that a response, Member Fazana, or are we
Follow up.
a follow-up to it? Because I was gonna go to Member Mockridge, Tabatabai, and then to you. So, Member Mockridge?
Yeah, again, I think along all these lines, thank you for being here. Thank you again for the COG. I think this body has done its due diligence with the statement of really trying to be in community with communities, recognizing that the cities are a piece of that. And we have been fortunate to have elected representatives attend and provide welcoming remarks at some of our meetings, but recognizing to Member Rodarte's comment that uh, many of them are part-time and juggling just like the rest of us are the priorities that we're setting. I guess my kind of question, if there is a list of events or meetings of the COGS, of the contract cities, of the League of California Cities that can be at least shared with us so that we can figure out how, as a body, we can show up. I do believe there's a League of Cities meeting, or there's some, there has to be some congregation of all of these entities that maybe we can use that opportunity to be a part of their dialogue in the moment when they're all connected, because I'm reading these and I'm hearing this, and the need for engagement is certain, but the expectation for this 13-member body, most of which are balancing a lot as well as we try to do this public service that we are all tied to, is knowing where to show up. I mean, I think it would be fair to say it's impossible for the expectation for us to go to all 88 cities. We are hitting every district, which happens to be, some of those are in incorporated cities as well. And so we appreciate that dialogue. But like if you, and this is, I don't think he's in the audience anymore, but the Hector, so Tori from the COG, again, if there's information that you can provide, like these are the events that are happening that are involving these stakeholders that you're here to speak on behalf of, that we can be made aware of so that we can potentially be a part of the conversation in those spaces. Thank you so much.
Member Tabatabai?
Thank you, and thank you for being here today and providing us with the statement. I guess I just focused on part of the statement where you talked about how there were consistent strategic goals regarding public safety, and I actually remember going to one of the monthly League of Cities meetings and hearing from the retail lobby on the need for Prop 36, and so I guess one question I guess I would have is it seems the way the League of California Cities is that they develop their focus, their goals, and that is what they work on, and that's what's important to them. So um, it seems as if Measure G had not been um, in in their focus, and so I'm wondering what what it looks like then in terms of our engagement with them. I know member Mockridge just um, asked about, well, one, how do we get in front of the members, right? Is that an invitation? Is is that a presentation? But also, is this even part of the priorities of League of California Cities? Is this something they actually do want to engage with and work on, or um, what does the board, when they're thinking of Measure G, what do they feel their part is in this? I think that would be important for us to have communicated to us what that looks like in terms of engagement, what the engagement has looked with their other priorities, so that way we also have an expectation of how to engage and what type of feedback we would get, because ultimately our engagement with all of these organizations is for us to get feedback that informs our recommendations. And so we also are not trying to check boxes. We want these to be intentional engagements that is going to provide us, the 13 members, with relevant information, right? It isn't really about the 88 cities necessarily, like us going to them. It's for them to provide us with the information so we can make really informed recommendations so this works, right? We're not trying to sell a recommendation, right? We're trying to be informed. It's an educational piece for us. And so I I'm hoping that's clear, because part of this feels like we're trying to sell and then get approval from the League of Cities or any of these organizations, and that's not really what we're trying to do here. We're trying to be informed. We're trying to, where are our blind spots as we're creating these recommendations, what needs to be filled in, what gaps, and we actually can't know that, right? We can't show up to League of Cities and know what we need to receive, right? That's League of Cities' responsibility to provide us with that information. And just like I believe League of Cities did when it came to Prop 36, when it came to retail theft, they were providing information of what was happening in their cities and why these things needed to be passed, right? I remember Marasucci, right, being at the one meeting I was at, right? And he was getting informed by all the cities as to why, this needed to happen. And so, again, that's what we would be doing. We wouldn't be going to League of Cities to sell these recommendations. We would be going to League of Cities as listeners to these thought leaders to provide us, similar to, the presentation we just got, right? The three presentations really provided us with info that we need to think about and discuss. And so uh, I think if you could go back to your board and say, this is what, at least, I'm not going to speak for the rest of the task force, but at least myself, that's my expectation of them, because ultimately we're writing recommendations to the board. We as a body are not to sell recommendations, right? That is something we're not supposed to do. Uh,
Member,
Thank you.
Member Fasano?
Yes, after listening to all this, a lot of what is going on is kind of a hub and spoke thing, where we're the hub and we're asking the spokes to all come to us. I guess I'm just suggesting that if some of the spokes want to get together and see if they can come up with some commonality of recommendations and then come back to us, I'd welcome that. And I think it actually might help us rather than trying to sort all these individual discrete recommendations to see if there's some commonality out there that might actually be stronger uh, by having people from different perspectives identify some of the same issues. I would welcome that. So rather than trying to get on our agendas, if you get on each other's agendas and have some discussions, and then maybe come back and say, hey, we sat down, we've gone through a few things, and while we have very different missions in some areas, we think these common areas might help you out and help the county out.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much for being here.
I just don't want to get ahead of our board. I want to be clear that we are driven by a board that makes decisions and offers strategic, priorities to us as staff. I want to make sure that I don't get ahead of what they want to discuss and make decisions on. I certainly will take all this information and share it with them. And to your point, it may be that they don't have any recommendations, and that may be their decision, but I certainly will take this to them and share the information. And if there's feedback, I will make sure that the task.
Yeah, thank you for being here. And I think it's just an indication of the engagement. So really appreciate you taking that to the board. So thank you so much. I'm going to go to the next presentation, which is the SELA Collaborative. SELA? SELA Collaborative. All right. So, welcome to the SELA Collaborative, who works to strengthen communities and organizations throughout Southeast Los Angeles and elevate the priorities of residents across the region. Presenting today is Liliana Alonso, Associate Director. Welcome and thank you for being here.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me here today. So I'm going to present an analysis of two different sessions.
One moment.
Yes.
Is there any way for us to make this a little bit louder for us?
Oh. Does this work better? Yes?
Oh,
Okay.
yes. Actually,
Awesome.
can we make it even a little closer?
Yes, I'm going to try my very best.
Oh, that's great. That's already better. And then, yes, please feel free to start again. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is a presentation on a analysis on two different listening sessions that the SELA Collaborative hosted, one in June and then also one recently in August. So in collaboration with the Haynes Foundation and Weingard Foundation, the SELA Collaborative partner to host listening sessions to hear from community, just initial thoughts on Messure G, what they know and or what they don't know, and then also any recommendations. Just a little background on the SELA Collaborative. We are a regional convener focusing on data research, reports, civic engagement, and nonprofit capacity. We work with 10 different cities. 8 of them are cities, and then the 2 of them are unincorporated cities in Florence, Firestone, and Walnut Park. So the first listening session that we had was with community. So you can see here community having a discussion, and then we also had an elected listening convening. This one was virtual, as you mentioned a few minutes ago. Elected officials, their time is very limited, so we hosted one, kind of like a lunch listening session, and we had a pretty good turnout actually. So that's one recommendation I would give to you. The community listening session, it was moderated by Dr. Rafe Sonnenschein from the Haynes Foundation. We also had one of the members here today, Marcel, who also was part of this listening session, as well as my colleague who presented earlier today, Alejandra de Rios Ponce. From Catalyst, California, and also from Our Lake Coalition. For our SELA leaders, sorry, our SELA electeds virtual convening. We also had Dr. Ray Sonnenschein moderate, and we also invited Elton Wang from, he's also part of Our LA Coalition, and also Ken Miller, who is from the Rose Institute at Claremont McKenna College. And we had 40 elected officials RSVP'd and attended. That was for our virtual presentation. Some of the key themes from our community listening session include more education about Measure G, accountability, representation, language, and culturally accessible materials. And I'm not going to go over all of them, but I am going to point out the four common themes that kept coming up. So including education about Measure G, community wants to know how this is going to impact them directly in their daily lives. And then also financial transparency, budget transparency, and they want to make sure that the investments are equitable for Southeast LA communities. And I keep hearing equity versus equality throughout these presentations. And, it's just every city, all 88 cities and unincorporated cities are all very different. So I think also in terms of recommendations, it will be great for the task force to be engaged and involved with community-based organizations as well as coalitions like RLA and Reimagine LA, because they know exactly what that equity looks like in those particular cities. And then one of the concerns is in terms of finances and the budget, will the new positions reduce the community services? So they're concerned, where is this funding coming from? How much is it going to cost for the executive, the county executive's role, as well as the 4 additional county supervisors? Also, once again, Measure G, to be culturally responsive. The SELA Collaborative is not the SELA Collaborative. The SELA region is predominantly Latino and monolingual Spanish speaking. However, we also have a population of Lebanese communities. So making sure that it is accessible in different languages, as well as folks with disabilities, including hearing impaired, um, and then also accessible to attend the meetings as well. They also want to make sure that the new county supervisors, as well as the county executive, is engaging with the community and building trust and making sure that whatever changes happen throughout the implementation, it makes sure that it keeps the community needs in mind. This is just a picture of the elected listening session that we had recently in August. Some of the key themes here include they need a clear understanding of what the role of the county executive will look like, and I know that's still being developed, but it is something that they continue to ask. And then also equity versus equality, at least in the Sela region, and like many other communities in the county, it has been one that it has been underserved. So making sure that whatever changes are equitable and represent that community. Additionally, here I'll go over a few others. So once again, clarity on the division of labor between the county executive, supervisors, and the departments. And I heard something similar like that also from the other presentations. A major concern definitely is that when the boundaries are redistricted, there is a large concern that the Sela community and the Sela cities will be divided along with their political voice. So they want to make sure that this remains unified. And once again, just the questions remain about the functions. Once again, the equitable representations of unincorporated communities, and then the equal distribution of equitable resources and funding across the 8 cities and the 2 unincorporated cities. These are some of the questions that remain from the SELA electeds, including what types of requests should be directed to the county executive office versus the county supervisors or other representatives. How will cities know the appropriate chain of command when seeking support? Will the county executive address procedural matters, department issues, or direct service concerns? This is important for the elected officials as it is their this new governance is going to impact their services, how the cities are divided, as well as it's important for them to be part of this Measure G implementation process, that there is transparency and that there is regional representation. And once again, it matters to the Sala region in particular to maintain that regional unified political voice, making sure that we are incorporating participation from all residents, including the immigrant population, improve access to county and resources and services, expand opportunities to influence county policies and budget decision, and stronger representation. And let's see if I think. Oh, no, one more thing. Yeah, so as I was listening to my other colleagues presenting in terms of how the task force can engage community, definitely encourage you to collaborate with community-based organizations as well as coalitions. They're the ones that do have that direct connection to the residents and they know what is needed in those regions. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Sala Collaborative, not just as my role as Associate Director, but also as a county resident as well. I'm a long time resident of South LA, over 30 years. I know what you're thinking. I don't look a day over 21. Just joking. um, but yeah, this is really important. So these are the type of concerns that the community keeps raising, as well as the Sela electeds as well. I had another point on engagement. So I do see, this is again just something for thought. The Measure G Instagram page has 249 followers. And how many million of LA County residents are there? So definitely, maybe considering that, and this goes back to being culturally responsive. I did check that the calendar of the meetings are in English only. So maybe considering having a translation for that. And once again, work with the community-based organizations and community and coalitions. We're happy to help, and I invite you all to um, reach out to the Sala Collaborative, reach out to me so we can coordinate a meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to field all of the members' questions again first. And then I just want to check in. Member Soto, are you up? No, okay, okay. So I have Member Steele, Mockridge, and then Rodarte. Go ahead, Member Steele.
Thank you very much, Lily. I just want to note I had the opportunity to meet our speaker at an event that Supervisor Holly Mitchell's office was doing in Flint Firestone area. Actually, at Seed, we had it at Seed LA, and I just want to uplift the opportunity to even be to have this platform for people to be able to present because they had done all this amazing work and haven't had the opportunity to really like bring it to the body, and so like having this opportunity is phenomenal for folks who are in the field, like trying to have these different conversations with community members and not just community members, but also our electeds as well, which is phenomenal. The only question I have is, Um, you know, I felt it interesting that one of the main focuses for the electives was equity versus equality. Um, and of course, there was other issues that were brought up that I think we've kind of heard concurrently with other folks who are representing the different cities in this space too. But how do the electeds, or what is your interpretation of what the electeds said is the definition of equity? And do you believe that it should be a centering principle of the office for the county executive?
Member Mockridge?
Hi, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for this presentation. I feel like it's the order, I don't know if it was purposeful, but I think it's very timely considering the presentations that we had previously, because Sella Collaborative did, I think the thing that is most impactful for this conversation on this day and this moment is that you took the opportunities to get feedback from the community and from the electeds in this region of LA County that has been historically underrepresented, who within the 10 areas have really found what it is to be collaborative, to elevate their needs in a manner that's very helpful, hopefully, for their population. And so I do hope that their stakeholders see the work that's being done and are excited about it. As you were presenting between the two entities, the community and the electeds, I noticed some overlay in your themes: representation, accountability, engagement, transparency, equity, and community. And I think that that is really important for us to see here as we're getting all this information, because truly that should ground us. That the work that you did, seeing that come from both sides, that's our starting point. That's our center, right? Where these entities of community stakeholders, city electeds, where they intersect, and that's where we go forward with a lot of our recommendations, especially around the elected county executive, which is a big piece of it. And again, to the point of the community members, of change that meets community needs, accessibility to safe community spaces, and inclusive for people to attend. I just want to take my time and say thank you for that work that you did, because this right here is very, it just brings it together. So thank you very much. Thank you for being here to present. Thank you for the work that you have done around this very important topic for your community and for the electeds that are within that region. So thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And the addition of unincorporated.
Yes.
There are two very big points. I know I didn't mention it, but both Rosa and I were like, who's going to comment? Which one of us is going to comment on that? Because also recognizing that you have two areas, Florence Firestone and Walnut Park, who also cross to supervisorial districts,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Incorporating their voice into this collaborative, again, is a very important part of the work that you're doing in that area. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, just to add, I also handed out a folder of that includes a one pager of the Select Collaborative and the work that we do, and then also an executive summary of the community listening session. I can also forward you the full report as well as the elected ones. It was recent. I had just haven't had time.
Thank you. I was actually going to ask if you had a report. So yes, please forward
Yes.
it to us. Okay, Member Rodarte and then Member Sure.
Yeah, thank you for opening up your doors to have this conversation. It was, as I said earlier, I was incredibly impressed by the turnout. We've had difficulty, trying to reach the whole county to get that many people there,
Yes.
and you guys are locked into the community. I appreciate it. I have a lot of friends who represent Sela cities, and I know how important the work of their communities is to them, right? A lot of those folks are elected because they want to represent their communities, and some of the stuff in your report or your presentation is outside of our purview, unfortunately. Like we don't get to dictate the lines, but I do hope and I would advocate for Cella's political power being intact, right? It's incredibly important because it has been a historically underserved community, a bunch of underserved communities. And I think it's important that
Yes.
they have some political power when it comes to the the monstrosity that is county governance. And the follow up stuff, it's funny because I feel like we invited you guys here just to give you homework to give us stuff back. But what I would like to hear, and if it's in the report, fantastic. But if it's not, from your perspective, from your group's perspective, why is it important to engage with the cities, right? And I covered it a little bit, I think, because they do represent the same folks that have been underserved historically. But why do you guys think it's important, or what benefit do you get from engaging with those communities, from those city managers, city staff, elected officials, and stuff? And how does that help your cause? I would love to hear sort of that nexus to that. I did make the promise at the meeting that night. The next time we go to the fourth district, as we plan out future meetings, I'm hoping we can go back to that same facility to have a full GRTF meeting.
Yeah, that would be great.
So I already told our executive director that. So I hope I can get my colleague support to take one of our meetings
Yeah.
to the facility in Bell, which
Yeah,
I think was
absolutely.
fantastic. So I'm holding to that. Um, Let me see. I have one other thing too. Yeah, and then so I just made a note here when you were talking about it, and I think Julia brought this up as well. There's a lot of connections and the concerns between the community and the elected officials, and particularly in the Sela communities, right? So I think that's also why it's important. And I think it's important for us to get you all sort of the information or what we're thinking or what the sort of the very bare bones concepts are as soon as possible so you can take that back to your groups, right, including elected officials and community groups, to say, hey, here's what they're thinking about, tell us how you feel about that, and that would help us and our decision making process as we sort of finalize those recommendations. So thank you for the work that you do. I really appreciate it, and thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't have a question. I have a comment. I thought your presentation is excellent. Your collateral is excellent. When I got the folder, I was like, I can't wait to see this one. I love the color scheme. I love the graphs
Thank you.
embedded in the document here. I'm still looking at these slides with the economic and demographic information that provides. I'm not familiar with your group. I should be. And this provides a lot of really good background. Very clearly, you provide excellent leadership and have a great team. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And on that note, unless you have a final statement, I think we would just really appreciate that you're here. Thank you for sharing this information.
Thank you so much, and I will follow up with the questions and the reports.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, moving on. Where I the next presenter is the League of Women Voters of Los Angeles County, a nonpartisan civic organization focused on voter education, public participation, and effective government. Presenting today is Margot Reek, co-president, who will be providing a statement.
Good afternoon. Uh, as Ms. Yap mentioned, I am Margot Reeg. I'm the president of the LA County League of Women Voters, and I have been attending all of your meetings since last July, either in person or virtually, and taking notes. The League of Women Voters of LA County focuses primarily on county government, county services, and how they impact people within the county. By voting, and so we haven't done a specific study of anything within LA County for a number of years, but we use the conclusions that we came to from those studies when we're lobbying, when we're evaluating ordinances, and when we're interacting with organizations such as this. By voting to adopt Measure G, our voters agreed to create an elected Los Angeles County executive. The League's focus now is on how that new political office is structured and implemented, and whether it advances the principles we have long supported: a responsive, accountable, transparent, accessible, and visible county government. In reviewing the task force's preliminary recommendations, we see 4 areas where particular attention could be warranted. First, voter education and public understanding. As we've heard today, it's very hard to get public engagement and to get understanding of what county government does, how it functions, and how and a vast need for that kind of communication to educate our voters. So we are enthusiastic about the possibility that there will be a strong public engagement facet in promoting and explaining and helping people understand who this county executive is going to be, what their roles will be, what they are going to be responsible for, and how they will share responsibilities, or responsibilities be divided between the county executive and the Board of Supervisors, and how they will be able to work together. The League's long-standing concern about an elected chief executive was that the position could become primarily political, rather than being focused on proven experience in management and administrative training. Now that the office will be elected, that makes voter education about the job itself especially important. Residents should understand the management, budgeting, organizational, and administrative responsibilities of the office, so that they can evaluate candidates based on the work the county executive will actually be expected to perform. We recommend plain language materials, as direct, specific, and simple as possible, so that people actually get it. Even League talks in jargon a lot of the time, and so we understand, and we have been trying over time to make our materials more accessible to everyone. We hope that we can distribute this information much more broadly than through county websites and email. We would also like to recognize the task force's recent efforts to reach people directly rather than simply posting materials and waiting for residents to find them. So by hiring public engagement organizations, you're getting the information disseminated to a lot broader audience. What we have to see now is, are they actually reading it and getting it? We encourage this continued outreach, especially including libraries, community organizations, local media, neighborhood groups that we have heard from today, social media, and other trusted networks. Second, public participation should be easy to find and early enough so that it matters. The League has a longstanding position supporting meaningful public involvement before and during county budget process. That includes well-publicized opportunities for participation, user-friendly budget information, access through public libraries and supervisorial offices, and broad use of communications channels. We view the recent public departmental budget presentations and the expanded outreach as positive steps. The next step is making participation easier for people who did not already follow county government closely. Information should be easy to locate and understand. It should reach residents early enough that their comments can influence the process. The Los Angeles County Library System can be particularly useful as a partner. The League has long supported making budget information available through public libraries, and that access is especially important in unincorporated communities, which do have county libraries. Third, accountability and visibility should be built into the new structure. We support the proposal for an annual State of the County address in conjunction with the proposed budget. The task force proposes using that address to report on county performance, explain policy and budget priorities, and strengthen transparency, accountability, and public understanding. We also support the proposed annual organizational review of departments and programs. using performance evaluations and other data to assess departmental effectiveness, service delivery, efficiency, and accountability. We recommend that the results of those reviews be made public in an understandable form. Residents should be able to see what a program was intended to accomplish, what it costs, whether it is meeting its goals, and what happens when it is not. The League also has longstanding positions supporting independent review of executive functions and public reporting of audit findings, our recommendations. Measure G changes the structure of county government, but it does not eliminate the need for independent oversight. As functions are reassigned, we encourage the task force to make clear where that independent review will reside and how its findings will be made public. Fourth, residents need a clear path for constituent services. We support the task force's proposal that the county executive's constituent services function complement the work of the Board of Supervisors. Under the preliminary proposal, board offices would continue advocating for constituents, while the executive would coordinate executive branch action, resolve cross-departmental issues, track implementation, and improve responsiveness. That division of responsibility should be clear to residents. We recommend a simple public-facing system that tells people where to start, lets them know when an issue has been referred to another department or office, and provides a way to move problems that cross departments to a higher level to facilitate cooperative solutions and to get those resolved. This is particularly important in unincorporated communities where residents rely directly on county government for many local services. The League believes these recommendations would help translate the changes adopted through Measure G into a system that residents can understand, participate in, and hold accountable. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and for always being here.
I'm going to be in East LA too.
And noting there are no placards up, thank you so much for your presentation. Oh, Member Steele, now placard up.
I just wanted to note, thank you for the clarity on the recommendations themselves. I think it's completely on point. I did I think this has come up in the space a couple different times about in Measure G, folks not necessarily knowing exactly what the county executive was actually going to be. I think most people thought, oh, well, we already have one. We're just going to elect what is already there. And that's not the case. And so I think in the community engagement space, we have been trying to determine the best way to articulate the impact of some of these things. And so getting a little bit of feedback on like how that's kind of landing and you know, thank you for the recognition on at least having specific people who are focused on trying to figure that part out and do it effectively is really helpful. I mean, I know there's more that we can do, but I just wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you.
For Mockridge.
Thank you to the League of Women Voters for being here and being a constant presence in this process. It's certainly one of the most engaged in all the recommendations that we've moved forward so far, watching the work closely, so I appreciate you representing and being here again, Margot. And again, to Member Steele's comments, like these recommendations are very clear, very like concise and something that we can build on. Maybe to the ad hoc, I just want to kind of follow up on one of these recommendations. The fourth one that, you know, that there's a clear, or sorry, the clear path for constituent services and this idea of a simple public facing system that tells people where to start. That is very powerful. I think if you asked a department at any given moment, they could say, oh, we put information on our website, but then you go to those websites and they can be very, very confusing. I think my last interaction was when I learned about the Office of Unincorporated Constituent on the EO's office, and I was like, what? Um, didn't know it existed until that presentation, so we are listening. Went to go find the information, couldn't find the information, and again, kind of like to this point, right, that it needs to be simple, it needs to be public facing, it needs to say like, this is where you go to. And maybe to the ad hoc committee, based on this statement, and knowing that we have consultants who are working really hard on increasing our public social media following and doing really good work, again, kind of responding to the need and the ask in that moment is maybe to the ad hoc committee utilizing the consultants that we have, like what does that look like? To have a simple kind of no wrong door, this is your first stop, this can get you this point can get you the information that you need, the information that you may be looking for. Um, Maybe taking a look at what that looks like, because I think it's also something that we've heard constantly, like residents just want to know where to go for information, right? So thank you, and thank you for these recommendations. I appreciate your time.
Very much.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Oh, Member Soto.
I know she just walked away, but I just, in reviewing the details behind the presentation, I just wanted to note the visibility and accountability piece of this, which I think is unique to this presentation. It goes into detail about the importance of county performance review, right? The opportunity to um, whether it's through a state of the county address or through, specific jurisdictional addresses, as well as annual organization reviews of using performance evaluations for departments, for service delivery. Just wanted to acknowledge that that's a really important part that I don't know we've done enough of our own sort of research around or conversation. So thank you for uplifting that. I think it's an important aspect of our thought process as we move forward in determining the final structure.
You. Okay. All right, team. So we have one more letter from the California Contract Cities Association sent to us by John Erickson, who's the president. Um, happy to read it, or Member Rodarte, did you want to read it? Happy to have you.
At your preference.
I think whatever you think is appropriate, actually. Yeah, so I think I'm going to have that happen. But of note, once we do this letter, we're going to read this in, and then we'll take a short break before we go to our next thing. So go ahead, Member Rodarte. Oh, you
Thank
have
you.
it.
My eyes are starting to float over here. Okay, I'm going to be brief because a lot of this is very similar to what we've heard from the other city groups as well. The chair and members of the Government Reform Task Force, I write on behalf of the California Contract Cities Association, which represents 73 of the 88 cities in Los Angeles County, to urge the Government Reform Task Force to engage directly and meaningfully with the county's incorporated cities as it develops its recommendations on the expansion of the Board of Supervisors and the creation of a newly elected county executive. I write in full support of the position recently presented to the task force by the Gateway Cities and Gabriel Valley and South Bay Cities Councils of Government, which together represent 72 of the 80 county's 88 cities and approximately 5 million residents. Their message and ours is the same. City engagement is not a courtesy the task force may extend at its discretion. It's part of the mandate voters gave you. Measure G directs this reform through a process built on outreach to community and stakeholders, and municipal government is one of the sectors that outreach is expressly meant to reach. Cities are not a lesser class of stakeholder to be heard only if we come forward on our own. We are the government's closest to the residents these reforms will touch, and the charter's language pairs community and stakeholder engagement as co-equal. A process that treats cities as an afterthought engaged only after recommendations have been drafted and are already moving to the board does not satisfy the mandate. As members of your own body observed on July 22nd, cities need to be engaged, period. And that engagement must occur while recommendations are being crafted because once they reach the full body, it's too late to shape them. We ask you to weigh one point with particular care. Many of the incorporated cities in Los Angeles County serve the county's most underserved and marginalized communities. The residents are working families, immigrants, seniors on fixed incomes, and communities of color who depend on the daily partnership between their city and the county for public safety, public health, parks, libraries, housing, and emergency response. When CEDARs are left out of the design of the new county structure, it is not well resourced institutions that are silenced. It is these residents, the very communities that already have the least direct access to county leadership, Smaller and mid-sized cities, which often carry the greatest need and the fewest resources, cannot be the ones left without a seat at the table. The COGS have set before you a thoughtful framework of considerations that we share and endorse. We ask the task force to build its works around them. I'm just going to go over the highlights because it's kind of the same thing. Design the county-city relationship at the outset. Learn from other governments without copying them directly. Name who is in charge when a problem crosses agencies. Keep a dependable path to county leadership open to every city. Spell out how and when uh, the two governments will confer. Make engagement continuous, genuine, and open to all. Test the proposals with the people who would run them. To make this engagement concrete, we further urge that the task force outreach invite from each city the specific information only that city can provide, its key demographics, the ways it interacts with and depends on the County of Los Angeles for shared and contracted services, and the county facilities located within its boundaries. Building the record this way ensures the task force hears from real communities with distinct stakes, not undifferentiated categories called cities. Accordingly, on behalf of our member cities, the California Contract Cities Association respectfully but firmly requests that the task force, one, write county-city coordination into the governance framework from the start, rather than leaving it to be sorted once the core structure is already in place. Two, define dependable ways for the county and its cities to communicate, coordinate, consult, and resolve disputes. Three, hold working sessions in every part of the county. I think we're already doing that. Organize jointly with councils of governments and open to cities of every size and service arrangement. Four, give each city a real opportunity to review and weigh in on the recommendations before they are finalized and forwarded to the board. And five, continue engaging cities directly and inclusively at every stage of implementation, not only at its conclusion. The voters asked this task force to modernize county government for all of Los Angeles County. That charge cannot be met by a process that leaves out the 88 cities where the great majority of the county's residents live, work, and receive their public services. The Contract Cities Association and its members stand ready to be genuine partners in this work. We ask only that the task force meet its mandate and engage us directly and throughout before the decisions that will govern this county for generations are made. Thank you for your service and for your consideration. Respectfully, Dr. John Erickson, President, California Contract Cities Association.
And thank you for that letter. I'm going to go to Member Sure, and if there's anyone else. Member Sure.
Marcel, thank you for reading that because I think it's done in 10 font. Um, one of the things that came up today, and I heard it from Ms. Kwan and a couple of the other groups, is about process and time. And I'm probably one of the worst offenders about trying to move things quickly. In the last meeting, I was in a sidebar trying to move our recommendation to the full body. Today, I've reflected on that position as I've heard the speakers, and I actually think of my own role within the union movement. We are strictly Democratic in the Coalition of County Unions. It would be impossible for my group to provide a recommendation, an official recommendation to this body based on the way we're kind of doing business. I can't imagine that some of these groups that are made up of delegates from 72 or cities that are all elected officials might not have some opinions in there. And so I think we should consider that as part of our process a little bit, so that for these group voices to come in, we have to acknowledge that they're going to have potentially, they're all going to be different, but they're going to have this democratic process that on our side may look burdensome, but what it does is it allows the group to know what's coming before them. It gives everybody an opportunity for that voice that we're looking for. I think that part of our pace when we meet the just-in-time standard to get our recommendations out, we may be depriving these groups of that process. When I heard, I think it was Ms. Kwan's group said that they had not taken a position on Measure G. I don't think we should take that as they don't care. I think it's of potential. I don't want to put words in her mouth. It may be a function of the more confusing political process and stakeholders and relationships up and down the food chain, so to speak, in the political world with that. But I know that these groups want to weigh in officially, particularly on the elected EO and these outreach pieces, because that's what I hear about. And so I just wanted to add that comment after the letter from the contract cities from Dr. Erickson. Thank you.
Noting no other cards are up, just want to again thank the contract cities for sending the letter. And for the continued dialogue with all of our stakeholders. And as Member Steele has pointed out a few times, looking forward to meeting you all on August 21st at 5 o'clock. Measure, or yes, lacounty.gov. Measure. All right. I like how I don't even know it in this moment. All right, everybody, let's take a 15-minute break and we'll return for the rest of our conversation. So on that, let's say 3:15. Thank you, everyone. Hi, everyone. I'm going to start to get us back to our dais and agenda. So if we can all start getting in our seats, start our next moment. Hello, Mr. Winnick. I see you up there. Thank you. Letting all of my task force members know, or the task force members know, let's get started. We know we have a presentation coming up, and then I want to give time for our team. Let's start the recording or the stream. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I wanted to make note that at 3:20, Member Horonas joined us for our meeting today. And I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next presentation, the Office of Budget and Management presentation. Our next presentation will be provided by Shauna Clark of Study LA at Loyola Marymount University. Ms. Clark will present the draft preliminary report regarding the Office of Budget and Management, including budgeting practices and accountability measures used in other large counties with elected executives. And now that we're in this moment with the presentations, I also want to let you know, so we're going to have this presentation and we're going to return to timed discussion at 3 minutes. Okay, everyone? All right. Thank you. And let's go ahead to Ms. Clark.
Hello, everyone. I'm checking on sound. Is it working okay?
Yes,
You're
we
good.
can hear you.
Okay, good. All right. So thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Shauna Clark. I'm from LMU, and I'm here to talk about budgeting. In early 2025, LMU got a grant from the Haynes Foundation to study the implementation of Measure G. In one of our brainstorming sessions, Dr. Fernando Guerra asked us, how do we empower the CEO while empowering the board at the same time and doing this in a way that improves accountability and service delivery? Well, we had lots of ideas, but the best one centered on the county's $50 billion budget. Next slide, please. This slide tells you a little bit about Study LA. It advocates for a better, more equitable Los Angeles. Next slide. Next slide, please. Sorry about that. Okay, so let's go back one, my fault. We knew that a chief executive who did not have budgeting authority could not be held accountable for results. So we set out to discover large governments that use their budgets as accountability tools. We didn't have to look very far because other consultants had identified counties in the United States led by elected chief executive officers. The first of the three we looked at, King County in Washington, Cook County in Illinois, and Miami-Dade County, had modern executive budgets. Each chief executive has the power to contain costs, keep departments focused on service delivery improvements, yet committed to the mission of the county as a whole. Slide 4, please. So the key to this accountability was the same for all three counties: a complete and immediate executive control over the execution of the budget. In June, we got really lucky when you hired us, and we started working on our presentation. We're very happy to be here today. The full report is in your packet, but we're going to talk about just one of the departments, or one of the counties that actually employs this type of budgeting that we're talking about here. So we're starting with King County, which is in Washington, and it is where Seattle sits as the county seat. But first of all, let's talk a little bit about what budget control looks like. So a traditional budget is, I'm sorry, next slide. So a traditional budget is what we have now, which answers the question, can these funds be spent? So yes, departments have to determine, and usually the auditor works with them on this. Do they have the funds available to spend on the programs they want to spend on? An executive budget answers the question, should these funds be spent? So executives in King, Cook, and Illinois County all have mechanisms for looking at this year round, not just once a year, not just once a quarter, but every single day. So simply put, the chief executive has tools to force departments to see past their own operations. This is critical year round, but it's even more critical when there are disasters or shortfalls. The three comparison counties had different strategies for corrective action. And in the event of cost overruns, they had control. But in the interest of time, again, we're going to talk about King County. So next slide. Okay, King County, Washington has a department that is called the Executive Department of Performance, Strategy, and Budget. This department reports to the CEO and is right under the CEO. So PSB, which is short for Performance, Strategy, and Budget, prepares King County's budgets. It controls expenses during the fiscal year. Departments submit business and work plans and report on proposed service changes when making their annual budget requests. Extensive measures keep all departments within spending limits, even the departments of elected officials. Departments submit monthly budget to actual reports on revenues, expenditures, capital projects, and one-time funds. Departments must justify when revenues fall below projections or when expenditures exceed authority. They can be asked rather than receive a supplemental appropriation to make savings within their own department. Next slide, please. So King County places great emphasis on adherence to legislative intent. In other words, emphasizes department's power and ability to fulfill the priorities of the board. Some departments are sometimes required to designate savings officers. Savings officers are a point person within the department who has to find savings within that budget in order for the department to stay on track. Budget staff assist in the preparation of performance reports. Yes, the executive does an annual performance report on every department head, and budget staff assists in the preparation of those reports. And PSB coaches departments on how to do a better job. They're highly trained in leadership and management techniques. They're trained in continuous improvement. So here's some additional aspects of executive budgeting that might be helpful. As I said, strategic plan integration is key to establishing priorities. The county does have a strategic plan. The executive has at least one department that is solely focused on performance management during the budget year. They call them, these departments have different names in every county, but they do the same thing. So the CEO controls the accounting function and financial reporting. This is critical because without control over accounting, immediate access to accounting, and immediate access to the county's financial position, the CEO and the budget office cannot make decisions on expenditures throughout the year. Every board or commission of every county we looked at has a CLA function within their board. Sometimes the boards had more than one CLA department. So one one department might have been focused on budgeting and another one focused just on policy. So the next slide kind of shows you more aspects of performance management that were kind of there in every single county. So supplemental appropriations are strictly minimized. Structural deficits are avoided, if not eliminated. Counties use varying methods. For example, sometimes independent committees. One county has a committee comprised of business leaders, executives from people from the executive branch and people from the legislative branch that come together and do the revenue projections for the upcoming year. Miami-Dade County, for example, places heavy reliance on IT programs and techniques that do the monitoring for them. And the other two counties were more labor intensive, used more people to do this. But every one of those three counties had methods for increased transparency. Some of them had scorecards. Some of them had dashboards that the public could look at to see what the various departments were spending on and what they were doing. So these are the principles of modern executive budgeting, and I'd like to just point out this is not about any criticism of LA County's current budgeting system. In fact, for people who have to put together a $50 billion budget with so little staff, we think they're doing a great job. We are asking you that when the budget functions and staff are transferred to the executive branch, that you consider giving them additional resources and the training and the capacity to engage in performance budgeting. Next slide. And that's our report. Please read that document in your packet, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. I am also going to start our 3-minute timers, but I'm going to go with Member Fazana. Go ahead.
Thank you, and I do appreciate the report. I found it quite interesting. One of the things that I was wondering, I noted the emphasis in the report about independent auditing, either through state level auditors or auditors that were hired, independent auditors that are hired by the respective counties. I think Washington State had the state auditors of the county budget that were still independent. How does that compare to Los Angeles County? I didn't see anything specifically mentioned. Is there a sense of how often or how the LA budget and expenditures are reviewed from the standpoint of independent auditors?
Yes, but more importantly, there's state law. And the state law requires every government entity in California to undergo an independent audit at least once a year. This is a retrospective on the previous year's budget, how the money was spent, how well the county adhered to legislative intent, whether there's, on the surface, if there's any obvious things that could lead to fraud, etc. State law also requires that that independent audit be performed by an independent CPA firm. It's not internal. Now, having said that, the county, and right now it's the auditor that does it, puts together the annual consolidated financial report, which brings together all the financial information of all the departments and puts it together in one report. And then the outside auditor reviews that to make sure that the county's reporting is accurate and timely. As far as internal audits, that's what the CEO would be doing. Through these departments that they have that focus only on performance management, they have a mechanism for internal audit. And a lot of those mechanisms were kind of listed where we talk about forcing departments to have to justify any, justify even anticipated budget overruns. Some counties require that. Before there's a budget overrun, if it's even anticipated, the department has to submit a written justification.
Thank you.
Member Steele, your placard is half up. Do you have a question? Oh, it's up. It's up. Okay, go ahead, Member Steele.
I don't have like a smooth platform over here to keep trying to, and I can't see it neither. I'm flying blind. Um, thank you very much for this report. It is very very thorough, and I think helpful for me. Uh, Two questions. The first one was the IT solutions that you were talking about for, I believe it was King, no, I Miami-Dade. Um, do these solutions include AI solutions as well? And like, was there, did you kind of dive a little deeper on like how they're approaching the investment of technology into their processes? And then the second question, I know in King County, and I think it might be Seattle specifically, but it might be King County in general, uses a 2-year budgeting process. And so I would wonder if any specific approaches that they have might be a pro or con that we should be considering in the budgetary process for LA County.
Okay, first of all, I don't know, I honestly do not know enough about Miami-Dade. I could find out easily enough, but there's not a lot of IT today that doesn't have an AI component. I mean, even when you use Google, you're using AI. But secondly, as far as a 2-year budget, I ask you, please don't do that to your staff, especially in California. County budgets are so dependent on funding that comes from other places, from the state, sometimes from federal government. And they're very lucky to be able to estimate in advance what that revenue is going to be. And especially in a place like California, where revenue inflows are volatile. I mean, you saw it yourself. You saw how the federal government affected your revenues this year, and you had to put a measure on the ballot. What I recommend you do is something called future proofing. And that basically means that county staff gets together and they try to look 5 years into the future at all times. So whatever they're looking at now, they try to figure out what it's going to be like 5 years in the future. And even though they can't predict the future, in doing this, it informs them about the decisions they're making every day.
Heard, and I appreciate that. The feedback on it. Um, to your point though, and this is just me kind of advancing my thinking based off of the feedback you just gave, knowing that there are changes that the federal government has implemented that are now changing the fundamental structure of how we're approaching budgets on the state, county, and local levels. You know, shoot, I live in Inglewood, and we just got a mayor's fund for the for the fixes to try to support things on the ground for our community members because of the SNAP dollars going away. So we're the thinking on how to do governance around the budget is shifting and changing. With that in consideration, how would you uh, uh, what is your response thinking about how governance is changing fundamentally anyway, right? To start thinking about different ways to go about it. I like the future proofing piece of what you're bringing to the table. I think that makes sense, and I think certain ways that we're kind of approaching, particularly in the Measure J space, we're thinking about these things, or like what are the processes to be able to move dollars that are being unspent to be able to reallocate in certain ways for things that have already been brought up as specific areas of focus if there is additional dollars that come up. But like I'm just as we think through this budget conversation, just trying to like take the conversation even further than where it sits right now. Did you hear me?
Yeah,
Hello?
I don't understand what the question was. I'm sorry,
Oh,
but
no, the question was with the because government is changing the way, well, I'm sorry, because of the changes in the federal government are not like emergency changes. Like they are
Mhm.
more structural shifts that are forcing state government, county government, and local governments to rethink the way they do things. With that consideration, do you still feel the same about it, or about different budget cycles and stuff like that? Like, how do you bring that thinking into what you're saying?
well, one, you have to build the capacity for it. I mean, if you look at what these other counties do, and we could only put so much in a PowerPoint presentation, but they have strategies for these things. They use things like continuous improvement measures, Lean Six Sigma, which I personally don't understand, but it's a private sector concept. And they have several different techniques that they've learned that they use throughout this process. Yes, I think there has to be total focus on the future now because it is so changeable. And you're dealing with a massive level of services where a 1% loss of your budget could affect hundreds of thousands of people because your budget is so massive. So I think you have to do a lot more strategizing. I think staff has to have the capacity and the training to do a lot of strategic planning.
Got it. Last question on this. So the, uh, a couple of the presentations that we just had were taken into consideration participatory budgeting.
Mhm.
And so in this strategic planning process that you're talking about, uh, you know, like we in the budget subcommittee, we have already addressed have begin the conversation with having the departments make sure that they're doing community engagement before they come back. So like I think in your first example, that was kind of already built into what either King or it was one of those. I can't remember which one it was. But like those counties are already like incorporating like engagement in the process. Well, how do you feel about the or having an feedback on the participatory budgeting aspect of it as well?
I think participatory budgeting is done well in some places and not done well in others. I mean, I've looked at it over the years, and there's a couple of actual countries that do this very well. There is no reason why, in preparing a strategic plan or developing strategic priorities for any organization, that stakeholders would not be included. They're always included in the strategic planning process. That's what strategic planning is stakeholder engagement to know, where you're going, what the threats are, what the opportunities are, and things of that nature. So as the county engages in strategic planning, you can get input from stakeholders, and you can develop a participatory budget feature. Some try to do it with an online survey that allow people to put together a budget in the order and in the priorities that they would see fit. The hard part is getting people engaged in the process.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Sedwani?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shauna, for this presentation. For quite some time, I've been harping on and on to my colleagues that we need to be looking at other counties that use this model. And you've brought this to us with so much great detail and information. So I really appreciate that. And I'm sure this is just the first of many presentations that we'll have from you uh, so that you can share more of this information. And I look forward to really digging deeper into the report. Kind of just a bit of a check for myself. I'm reading this, and the kind of case study of King County sounds amazing. And I want to I'm curious, how did you choose King County out of all the counties that you looked at? And when we're looking at, I mean, you've laid out some really innovative ideas, or at least innovative, they sound innovative to me. We don't do them here. In terms of the performance metrics, in terms of savings officers, all of those sound like great ideas. The monthly budget to actual reports on revenues, expenditures, et cetera. Would you say that King County is performing well? I mean, I guess my question is, they have all of these performance metrics and individuals set to for the staffing. Is it effective?
They have been recognized by other counties and the state of Washington. They have been recognized by the Government Finance Officers Association, the GFOA, and actually Los Angeles County has some recognitions from there as well. But if I were going to seriously consider this, if this is something the task force really wanted to do, I would dig deeper into how these strategies are put together and how they work. We chose King County because it was the first county listed. We thought we'd have to dig through lots of counties to find what we were looking for. It was one of the first one listed by the consultants. And Cook County and Miami-Dade County were like 2 and 3. However, over the weekend, one of our team brought my attention to Milwaukee County. So I wrote a supplemental report on that because with all the things that King and Cook and Miami-Dade are doing, Milwaukee County is doing other things that are innovative. So if I were the task force, I would study these things. I would talk to people in these cities or counties if I could and find out what they think works. And then I would decide what kind of things we should start suggesting to Los Angeles County. It's going to take them a long time to shift over to a model like this. It will take departments a long time to embrace anything other than what they're doing right now. So you would research and try to figure out what's the best way by getting more information about these different strategies.
Fazana?
I guess just from hearing that the time may take quite a while, whatever process we build will need to allow for a gradual transformation, but still put in the key points and the control points to allow it to happen over time. Because what we just heard from Ms. Clark, it sounds like this is not something you do on a dime.
No.
Gonna respond and say, yeah, it's about changing the culture, right? And that's
Yeah, I appreciate the report. Is there an indication that the County of Los Angeles is not doing any of these things currently?
No. And the reason there isn't is because we didn't have time to talk to them.
Okay.
So we do talk about LA County in the report, and we just base it on what we saw on the website. The thing that would make me say that they may not be doing this is because this is more labor intensive than the amount of staff they have now. And you work with the county all the time. You can tell me, do departments stay on track with their budgets? Do they respect the county as a whole above their own particular missions and operations? Do they try to support the budget director when he says, look, we've got a revenue shortfall and we need to find ways to save money? Those are the questions I would ask. It's not that the county budget director isn't the best. They may be the best. It's just they have to be given the tools and they have to have the leadership behind them to be able to bring these things about.
Yeah,
They have to have board support, CEO support, etc.
I was kind of, I think the term's flippant when I said no. I'm not actually sure, and maybe that is the point. I try to consume departmental and county budget information reports, and I'll use the word challenging. That's certainly true. One of the reports that you mentioned was, I think it was month over month, budget year-to-date comparison. Both for expenditures and for revenues, though I think the revenues are episodic based on the tax cycle. I'm not certain. I cannot imagine the county's not doing that. But from what I've seen in department land, we seem to end up with what we call, at least in the sheriff's department, jokingly, a fire drill towards the end of the year, which would indicate maybe they're not doing it. You mentioned the staff and the shortage of, I'll use the term resources, which is really personnel. Did you do an analysis of the amount of staff that the CEO's office currently uses for this function? And then compare it, at least on an FTE basis, to these other outfits?
There is a paragraph in the report about LA County, about the cost of King County, Cook County and Miami-Dade County. And then in the supplemental report, we were able to do more of a comparison because Milwaukee County gave us more exact information about the amount of staff that do these things. So when you get a chance to read that, it should tell you something. It was hard for us because we only have the internet to sort out exactly how how LA County allocates their staff within the budget division. So we would have to work, and we would be happy to work with the budget director to get his ideas and work with the CEO and work together to look at what this would actually cost LA County.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member Fasano?
I'm not sure it's covered in this report, but one of the things that occurs to me is that there may be quite a difference among the services that all these entities deliver, these different counties, based on their state laws and how they're organized. Is there any way of comparing the metrics in terms of value delivered and services delivered for dollars spent across counties? Just asking.
Well, as I tell my students all the time, you tell me how to place a value on public service, and I'll answer that question. Because public service is so critical and it's not profit oriented, so it's hard to say what the value is. And so that makes it hard to say that if it costs us to do this and it costs that county to do that, are they doing it better than we are? In fact, there's a little chart in our report that shows you the per capita costs in LA County and the 3 comparison counties. And there's a note that says every county has different missions, and the per capita cost is not a reflection of how well they do their work. So getting into the value of public services and what that means to different people at different times is really, really difficult. We can tell you the cost of public services. With enough time, we can sort that out. And we can sort out costs on the other end as well.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Chair, yeah.
Thank you.
Can I make a very quick comment?
Sure, go ahead.
So I just want to mention that the county's budget process, the areas that are identified in the report, the county does do all of those particular steps. And so it's a very sophisticated, well-oiled machine in terms of producing a budget that identifies the priorities of the board, whether it's a strategic priority or an episodic priority that comes up as a result of circumstances beyond their control. And so they do 5-year forecasting. I was, just so you know, I've seen the reports a long time ago, but I'm assuming that they still do those things.
They do.
And that the difficulty really is about the revenue streams, trying to predict what those revenue streams are. The important thing is really the budget principles that they have, which means, that one-time funding is used for one-time funding purposes. Ongoing programs are evaluated on an annual basis, and they try to match the revenues that are coming from the state and federal government. Subvention is important, matching funds are important, and so it's not like it's not like a business where you just get all the revenues and then you can go ahead and distribute it to where you think you need to go, because a lot of these monies already have earmarks to them. And there's matching funds that need to be, local matching funds that need to be allocated in order for the matching funds from the federal and state government. So it's a very, very difficult situation, and it's a fluid situation. And it does change from year to year. And so the way the county does budgeting is that all the one-time monies that are included in the budget, they get stripped out at the beginning of the year. And then the budget analyst on the CEO side begins to ask the budget analyst on the department side, and they go they go program by program by program, and they identify what those funding needs are going to be. And then they start making adjustments. You know, this funding source is going to go away, the grant money is going to go away. What do we do with these, with the staff, and so on and so forth? And so it's very, very complicated. But I do want to make sure that you all are aware that the CEO is very, very adept at budgeting. The county departments are very, very sophisticated in their respects in terms of trying to predict and forecast what those revenues and expenditures are going to be. And so um, I don't want us to go with the impression that, you know, King County is doing everything right and the county is not doing anything right. We're doing a lot of the same things, and actually, I think we're probably doing some of the stuff better than King County. So I just wanted to lend that to you all.
Thank you. And then I think Member Scher and then Member Steele is what I saw.
Santos, I appreciate that. And I think I've kind of had a front row seat to some of this budget stuff. But even with a front row seat, I can never see the screen and I don't understand what's going on. And I think the takeaway here is when I ask the question, does the county do a lot of this? Maybe only one or two of us in the room could answer that. And if you were to ask the public it, I'm guessing 99.9% of the people would say they have no clue. And furthermore, if the public wasn't informed, there wouldn't be a place we could send them where they could see the process, ask a question, get an answer. Now, I think that some aspects of the county's financial operation is, I'll use the term proprietary, but I think most of it, if not all of it, should be frankly subject to PR and therefore should be out there. So if the county's doing a great job, and they may in fact be doing it and performing all these functions, it needs to be where other people can consume the information and see it. Because the feeling is, and my phone's going to blow up here in about 3 seconds when I say this, the budget is a little bit of a black box, even for people that are pretty tuned into the county, and that doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel transparent by definition, and it doesn't feel participatory. And when those things are lacking, you can't have confidence. And so maybe the takeaway is that the county should do a better job in expressing all the things that it's doing with the budget process and providing some of that transparency.
Member Steele, and then after Member Steele, we'll close out this item. Go ahead.
You're here on Member Sure and what he just said. It keeps me from having to repeat it because I was going in that direction. I also just want to note that just an add on to that is, come 2028, this process is not going to we're determining what that process is going to look like as well, right? Because with the county executive and the way that the office is going to operate, the things that you're saying right now, Santos, that might be working may not even be in existence as a part of the process based on like how the office kind of rolls out its work. And uh so to all the elements that member show you just mentioned about it needing to be transparent and being participatory and being not a black box. I think I was trying to think through the best strategies on how to do that, and what other spaces are actually doing this effectively, because it may be one thing where internally that it's going well, but externally that's not the case, right? And I think being able to find the best practices on how both elements are happening is what we're looking for.
Thank you. On that note, I think thank you so much, Shauna Clark, for joining us today and for this presentation. And I think we're going to move to our next item. So thank you, everybody.
Perfect.
Over to you.
So we've had a long day already. We've heard from a lot of community groups and stakeholders in terms of their concerns and ideas for this process. We've had additional information from the LMU team. Now we're going to take a closer look at some of the work that the ad hoc committee has been doing to really bring that conversation to bear with the larger group, just as we began to do on August 7th. We're going to take a stab at doing that. We have about 11 slides for you all. We're all going to present a couple of them. We would ask that let us get through the slides and then we're going to go to discussion. And if we have clarifying questions, we can always come back to the slides, but you should all have them in front of you. They should be posted as well for everybody. Okay. Do we have the Perfect. Special thanks to Ana Guerrero and Kelly Bernard from Civitas, who have been instrumental in getting us this far and putting together the slides today. We're fortunate to have Ana with us as our subject matter expert. So as things come up, I'm sure she can chime in and help move the conversation. We've also had Santos and so many of the consultants on the county team really help to inform this process thus far as well. So I'd like to start by sharing just a little bit about where the ad hoc is in its work and get your feedback. We've organized today's discussion into 3 parts. First, we're going to provide, actually, we can go to the next slide. First, we'll provide an update on the goals and the timeline of the ad hoc's work. We've seen this before, but we're now, as we're getting into this work, realizing what needs to stay in the medium long-term goals. Second, we'll discuss the core functions that could reside in the office of the elected county executive, and those that could transition to the director of budget and management. So recall last time we met in this room, we were really thinking about what are those core functions that are going to go to the director of budget management. We're going to hone in on that today. And finally, we'll present several illustrative organizational design concepts. These are not recommendations per se, but they're just things that we're thinking about how we could structure the county. So this is, to the earlier conversation, these are not pre-baked recommendations, but just some options for us to start playing around with and thinking about. Our goal for today is to really continue refining the work with our input, beginning to bring forward final recommendations to the full task force. Remember, it was back in June that we set September 9th as that date to get an initial set of recommendations, not the full package, but at least get some structure put together and to get that before the Board of Supervisors. Slide. So this slide is our summary of our goals. The 2026 goals should certainly look familiar. This is a reflection of the short-term goals that we've seen in previous slides. This includes things like, and particularly what we're going to include in the September 9th recommendations, things like the structure and budget of the Office of the County Executive, recommendations related to the establishment of the legislative analyst and the director of budget and management, which we've talked about several times already for the CLA. Recommendations related to the placement of constituent services and intergovernmental relations. That's not to say we're figuring out how those pieces work, but simply where they might live. Recommendations related to placement of departments and strategic initiatives. And we'll be talking more about that today under the current CEO. And then we know that we've also created additional subcommittees outside of the elected executive ad hoc to push more of that work, amongst more of the task force members, and also just to, really a lot of work. Those longer term goals, things like public outreach related to title and functions of the elected executive, creation of a working group on emergency management, more specific recommendations related to the Office of the Director of Budget and Management, clarification of shared contracting authority, recommendations related to the functions of constituent services, contract city services, unincorporated areas. We still have plenty of work to be done in the next 2 years as well. So we view this as a living timeline. We anticipate that it's going to continue to evolve as the task force continues its work. Slide. Take us through the next 2 slides.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem Sadwani. I will be addressing slides 4 and 5. And so before discussing the organizational models, which will be forthcoming in the future slides, we thought it would be helpful to ground our conversation in the information we recently received from the Chief Executive Office. This chart reflects the information provided to the Governance Reform Task Force by the CEO's office in its August 12 communication responding to questions from the ad hoc subcommittee. The CEO's office identified several functions that it considers to be core budget and finance operations that should transition to the future Director of Budget and Management. These include budget development and operations, budget policy and revenue alignment, finance, accounting, and financing districts, capital programs, classification and compensation, employee relations and benefits, risk management, administrative services, and asset management. The remaining functions, including executive leadership, strategic initiatives, policy implementation and alignment, legislative and intergovernmental affairs, countywide communications, emergency management, and other executive management functions are identified by the CEO's office as functions that could appropriately transition to the future county executive. This information is important because it is an important input into our deliberations. Our recommendations will ultimately reflect the collective judgment of the Governance Reform Task Force after considering this information alongside the language of Measure G, comparative research, and public input. If we could move to slide 5. Before we show the organizational concepts, we'd like to emphasize 3 important points. First, these are illustrative design concepts, not recommendations. Second, Measure G gives the future county executive discretion to organize the executive branch. The person elected in 2028 will ultimately decide how to structure the office. And third, one of our goals is to help prospective candidates and the public begin thinking about what different governing models could look like under Measure G. These examples are intended to stimulate discussion about the range of options available, not to suggest that there is one right organizational structure.
Brian?
Yes, thank you. I have slide 6, 7. So I will go ahead and start. Um, so we've developed 3 different organizational concepts that illustrate distinct approaches a future county executive could take. The first is an operational delegation model where the county executive focuses primarily on executive leadership and countywide strategy while delegating certain operational responsibilities. The second is a centralized executive model in which the county executive maintains a more direct management role over executive branch operations. The third is a departmental realignment model, which views implementation of Measure G as an opportunity to reorganize departments and improve operational efficiency. Again, these are not recommendations, they're conversation starters intended to help us think through the choices that Measure G creates. Next slide. We'd like to spend a moment on this first model because it emerged during our conversation with the current Chief Executive Officer. During that discussion, the CEO described one way a future executive could choose to organize the executive branch by delegating certain operational management responsibilities to the Director of Budget and Management, while focusing personally on executive leadership, strategic priorities, and countywide policy implementation. Under this approach, the Director of Budget and Management could oversee the day-to-day management of departments that primarily provide internal administrative and operational support to county government. As discussed with the CEO, examples could include the Department of Human Resources, Internal Services Department, the Information Technology Department, the Treasurer and Tax Collector, and the Registrar Recorder County Clerk, along with the Office of Budget and Management. The idea is that the Director of Budget and Management would oversee the day-to-day administration of these internal facing functions on behalf of the county executive, allowing the county executive to focus more directly on executive leadership, countywide policy, strategic priorities, and the management of resident facing departments and services. The Director of Budget and Management would carry out these management duties in addition to core budget and finance functions. The remaining departments are organized into policy groupings based on their shared missions and areas of responsibility. The county executive would retain overall responsibility and accountability for these departments, but could delegate day-to-day management and coordination of each policy area to a deputy county executive. This approach is intended to create clear executive leadership over related departments, improve coordination across policy areas, and allow the county executive to focus on strategic priorities, cross-departmental initiatives, and executive decision making. We want to be very clear that this is not a recommendation from the CEO, nor is it a recommendation from the ad hoc subcommittee. Rather, it reflects one possible implementation approach that came out of our discussion and is intended to help illustrate the range of organizational choices available to a future county executive. We look forward to hearing your reactions to whether this type of model has advantages or disadvantages under Measure G.
Next slide, please. All right, this is model number 2. This illustrates a more centralized approach to executive management under the elected executive. With this model, the executive branch departments ultimately report to the county executive through a team of deputy county executives. County executive directly supervises each department head through through a deputy county executive responsible for overseeing a portfolio of related departments, coordinating policy implementation across those departments, monitoring performance, and serving as the county executive's principal advisor for each individual policy area. Sure, let me get right here. All right. This structure allows the executive to remain closely engaged in the executive management while creating manageable spans of control and clear accountability throughout the organization. It also provides a management structure for coordinating cross-departmental initiatives and responding to emerging priorities. In this example, we've organized the departments into broad policy groupings based on their policy nexus and populations they primarily primarily serve. For example, public safety, brings together probation, public defender, alternate public defender, medical examiner, justice care opportunities department, JCOD, fire and Department of Youth Development and Emergency Management. Then we have health and mental health services, combines Department of Health Services, Department of Mental Health, public health, and environmental health. Family and social services includes aging and disabilities, children and family services, child support services, homeless services, and housing. And public social services, military and veterans affairs. Then we have community services, bringing parks and recreation, animal care control, consumer and business affairs, the library, arts and culture, and related community serving organizations, operations and innovation, which includes internal operating functions such as internal services, information technology, register recorder, county clerk, treasurer, tax collector, budget policy, and revenue alignment, policy implementation, and alignment and strategic initiatives, and finally, workforce and economic development, things like public works, regional planning, economic opportunity, beaches and harbors, and all the related departments that support economic growth in the county's physical infrastructure. Like the previous model, this is intended to illustrate one possible organizational approach. We have one more to go over. The specific policy groupings, relationships, and responsibilities would ultimately be determined by the who would be the county executive based on their governing philosophy, management style, and policy priorities, as is the purview of most elected officials. Next slide, please. All right, the third model is it's a little bit different approach. The first two take the functions that exist today and ask where they would sit within the office of the county executive. This model asks a bit different question, whether certain services and functions are better consolidated in existing county departments than carried over to the office of the county executive. Again, purely theoretical for discussion only, but we thought it would be prudent to bring a detailed and aspirational approach to this work as we present it to the great public out there. If you compare this chart to the previous slide, the policy groupings are pretty identical: public safety, health and mental health, family and social services, community services, workforce and economic development. The differences are concentrated in the county's internal facing functions. Clearest example here is internal services. Today, several administrative functions are performed in two places. Chief Executive Office's Administrative Services Group handles contracts, procurement, facilities, and information technology, and the Internal Service Department, ISD, performs many of those same functions for county departments. The previous model carries that existing structure forward. This model consolidates them into a single internal services department with responsibilities including facilities, maintenance, and transportation, the county's purchasing agent function, chief information office, real estate and leasing, and information technology. The result is one department accountable for internal service delivery rather than splitting it between the future office of the county executive and ISD separately. This chart also breaks out strategic initiatives currently housed in the chief executive office. These are the positions and functions addressing work that is timely, urgent, and requires countywide coordination. For example, anti racism, diversity and inclusion, Department of Justice compliance, disaster recovery oversight team, JSIT, just jail closure and implementation team, and probation compliance. Several exist to meet a specific court order, settlements, or compliance obligation. Grouping this function together makes it possible to ask on a regular basis which of these should continue, which of these should move into a department, and which should conclude once the underlying obligation is met. This type of realignment reaches beyond the CEO into departments not otherwise directly affected by Measure G. The first two models are largely choices the future elected executive can make on their own, such as how to group their individual departments, how many deputies to appoint, and what to delegate to those deputies. Some of what is shown here would require board of supervisors action and county council review. We included this model because it would be a missed opportunity not to ask whether the transition under Measure G is also a chance to streamline government as the board considers decisions over the next 2 years that will determine what the elected county executive inherits on their first day.
Right. So our final slide shifts the presentation focus on organizational structure to the executive leadership. Well, this illustration is based on the centralized executive model. The leadership concepts shown here could be applied to any of the three organizational models we've discussed today. The purpose of this slide is to help us think about the types of senior leadership appointments a future elected county executive may need to effectively lead one of the largest local governments in the nation. Under this concept, the county executive could appoint a chief of staff to serve as the principal advisor and manager of the executive office. The chief of staff could help establish strategic priorities, coordinate work across the executive team, manage the flow of information and decision making, and ensure that the county executive's priorities are implemented consistently across the organization. The model also contemplates two deputy chiefs of staff, each with distinctive responsibilities. One, a deputy chief of staff for operations and county services that could oversee deputy county executives responsible for the major policy portfolios and help coordinate executive branch operations, cross departmental initiatives, and organizational performance. A second, a deputy chief of staff for external affairs, could oversee the county's external engagement functions, including intergovernmental affairs, public engagement, and constituent services. countywide communications, and relationships with key external stakeholders. Chief of staff and deputy chiefs of staff are common features in large executive organizations because they allow the elected executive to focus on leadership, strategy, major policy decisions, while ensuring that the day to day work of the large and complex organization is well coordinated. They also provide clear lines of accountability, improve communication across departments, and help ensure that the executive priorities are translated into effective implementation. Again, here, this is not intended to recommend a particular staff structure. It illustrates one possible leadership team that could support the county executive under Measure G. Ultimately, the elected county executive will determine the size, composition, and structure of the executive office based on their leadership style, their governing philosophy, and the mandate they receive from voters. All right. So with that, we want to now open to the discussion among our task force. Are there organizational concepts we want to explore further? Are there questions that have arisen from the presentation? Implementation issues that you believe deserve additional attention? Like we have some hands up.
Okay, so I'm going to start with member Sher, Horonis, and Steele, and then Mockridge and Fazana. And then I'll 3-minute
All right. First of all, interesting. The wire diagrams, I was studying those. Um, what is the scope of the recommendation that the GRTF is going to make? I understand that these wire diagrams are just kind of thought provoking. Are we going to make substantive recommendations? And one of the pieces that's missing is how many people are deputy positions currently and how many are going to be there in the future. The reason I ask that is cost is a resource constraint. And so, and there might be a need to, I hate to say it, grow some of this. I started looking at this and immediately thought span of control problems. How many people, direct reports there are. Also, there's a huge difference between what the CEO's direct report list is on that first slide and then all the others, right? Because they have kind of these initiatives. Who do the department heads report to now? I know that they kind of report to the Board of Supervisors, but if they need more money, if they have a personnel problem, they have a hiring issue, they obviously are going to integrate with the county's internal functional team that does that. But isn't it the CEO's office that kind of does this?
So the department heads do report directly to the Board of Supervisors. So, but in terms of functional budget
Reality,
questions,
yeah.
The CEO is the place to go if you need more resources, more bodies.
Yeah.
So yes, that's the way it works.
Right. Like I'll use the sheriff's department as an example. We have an elected official but the sheriff's department runs to the CEO's office. I mean, to do everything we need to do.
Well, they run to the CEO's office to the extent that they're not, but they're requesting for new budgeted resources. So
Yeah.
within their existing budget that's allocated at the beginning of the year, the budget year, they're able to move resources around and do the hiring decision, make hiring decisions on behalf of the department.
Okay. Yeah, I would like to see a breakdown of the current CEO staff by position classification. And then what I think we should do as part of our recommendation is we need to have a clear understanding of what this is going to demand. Because would it not be the Board of Supervisors who would control how many deputy chiefs of staff or whatever these titles are or pay grades for the new CEO? And we could have potentially immediately start out with a conflict between those with the purse strings and the person that is in this position. I can easily see where the person in this position would want to, grow this job or that job. There's going to be issues with pay grades and things like that, we might be doing them a favor or a disservice by putting some recommendations that are a little bit more substantive other than the wire diagram. And I appreciate the wire diagram. It's thought provoking. Ultimately, the new elected executive most likely has the latitude to do this, but it's going to be within some element of constraint or growth parameter over time. I'd be curious to build that in. Um, I also think that we should make recommendations about the personnel who would potentially lead any one of these categories, that there be some element of distribution of, the personnel, the critical functions, be sure that there's no conflict in the operational aspect. For example, you might think that the public defender and the DA are a natural fit in the same wire diagram. Obviously, the elected DA is different, but the reality is there may actually be a technical conflict there. There also may be some issues where, if in the event of a crisis, we want a lot of latitude for that department to be able to operate and additional bandwidth. In other words, don't overload your public safety leadership, because on a day-to-day basis, you want them actually functioning at about 75%, because on the day you really need them, you need the extra bandwidth, and same so for the deputy. But I think there's a lot of analysis that needs to go into this. I really appreciate the wire diagrams, obviously got me thinking. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think any response why don't we have responses to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the very first part of your question about where we're trying to go with this.
What the recommendations
With the
ultimately would be, yeah.
Yeah. One of the pieces and we have we constantly bring up this question of personnel and how big and what's the budget going to look like for this county executive in the future. We can't answer that question until we go back to one of the first pieces on here. We started with what the current CEO's office looks like. That's page 4. And a key piece is what functions will stay within a future director of budget and management. So if you look at that first wire diagram, it creates a fairly large budget and management branch with things like central administrative support, the registrar recorder, risk, I believe risk management is in here. I can't really see it.
Yeah.
We kind of need to answer that question before we can even get to some of the other pieces. What's going to stay within budget and management? What needs to be rehoused? Because things that are being rehoused, if they're getting rehoused to the elected executive, that's probably going to mean more staffing.
Well, let's assume the job is being performed well in House A. We're going to move it to House B. Why do we necessarily need to increase the cost? It's just going to be different of who they're reporting to. One might even say that the elected EO will be a more efficient program, because rather than reporting to 5, you're now just reporting to 1. We may also have some consolidations within the chain of command as to how it goes, rather than going for internal support, ISD, human resources, things like that, going to the CEO and then going for direction to the board. I'm now just going to one place. So you're going to hear from me constant resistance to just naturally growing this, because it has to come out of Hyde.
Correct.
And that's the problem.
Heard. And I think that's what we were attempting to get to with departmental realignment. So I agree with you. I think that there can be opportunities for cost savings, and I think that's where we need to look at. But one of those first questions that will need to be answered is what's going to stay in the director of budget and management's purview.
Another consideration for the subcommittee would be elimination of some departments and consolidation. Everything I see here actually shows some element of growth. And on a wire diagram, those are usually executive positions. But the work is being performed by people, I hate to say, underneath. The more boxes we put on a wire diagram, the more chiefs there are. And if it's coming out of Hyde, that means that's less people actually answering the phone or digging or doing the work, right?
I'm going to go to Member Horonas next.
Thank you guys for all this. I guess like 2 quick points of clarity.
when you guys, I've heard the open clarification about like whoever gets in this is going to make the ultimate decision, basically. But does that mean the structure of it is permanent from that person on, or that every single time someone's elected, that changes? Because I just imagine like we kind of have that in our current federal government. Like every time we get a new president, everything goes out the door a bit. So why would it be different or not different, basically? Please, yes. That's
When we met in this room, when was that? August 7th? 9th,
Yes.
7th, yes. The first diagram that we had showed was based on how departments are structured, if they're based in state law, in county ordinance, et cetera, in county charter. So you're right, a lot of this is permanent. But what the reporting structure is up to the county executive is how that could change from one administration to another. So I think we're trying to put forth some ideas of what that might look like, so that we can begin thinking about how it could be staffed. Admittedly, someone could come in and totally do something different. But at the same time, I think we do need to have some structures in place for all of these departments, because to Derek's point, there's so many people down below within the structure that are doing the day in, day out work. And we do need to.
And then the only other just 2 point comments. So with all this, like I don't know a billion-dollar company in the United States without a chief of staff. Um, and I think that's no different to what we have to experience with LA County. So I was really excited about the concept of that and thinking about what a centralization looks like for structurally. Also, I do think there is something very interesting about I know government is different than private. That's always the thing. But there is something to be said about the business that is LA County and how it's currently structured, and compared some comparative analysis into the corporate structurings of private businesses as well as these, other government efficiencies for that matter. And then the only other comment I had was I think something I would love as like a round three when we get to it is just like I don't know how to explain it, but there as someone who's really grasping at this, I guess someone who is not in government that is just grasping at the idea of like these different structures and such. Um, in the end, I am having a lot of trouble grasping what does success look like. Um, and I think and I think that's a fair thing. Everyone, and I know John had brought it up, and I really appreciated Shauna's point earlier of like, oh, all good. That's basically it. Oh, let me. Okay, yeah. The I appreciate what Shauna had brought up in regards to you know, the segmenting of these dollars. What is public service worth exactly? But there are many examples in in our society where we had to figure out what a dollar is worth, and not in the vein of discrediting someone's life or minimizing someone's experience, but rather how do we do the thing we want to do with the money we have and don't.
Thank you. Member Steele?
I literally wrote too many Chiefs. There's a lot of Chiefs. Um, uh, One, thank you for the thinking on this. Two, Member Aronis's question about it being set or not. I had a similar question, like because the Board of Supervisors is going to vote on this set of recommendations, just process wise, like before the changes are made, do they have to go back to the Board of Supervisors because this is structurally set in place? Right? So like, and to Member Owens' point, like on the federal government, yes, there are elements of the executive branch that can be switched and changed, but a lot of those roles get approved by Congress, right? So a lot of those offices are like set in stone, right? And so are we with these recommendations setting in stone, setting the first chisels in the stone as to like what the structure of this space actually looks like is my first question. And then the second question, um, the operational delegation model. Well, actually, no. Before I go there, the first picture. Oh yeah, here we go. The one on page 4. Kind of like the arrows should go up and down, not horizontal. Only because the elected county executive is actually at the top of the structure, not on the side of it. And so I just, from visual representation of it, because I think this is the second time I've seen this, and it almost seems like the director of budget management is on the same level as the the county executive, and that's not the case. So like maybe separating it, because in my mind, the way that I'm understanding the structure, the director of budget management is actually one of the chief deputies. No, it's just a separate. Is it a different? Is this person different than everybody else, or are they on the same level as their counterparts that are chief executives of now going to this operational delegation model? The chief executives that would be in charge of these different operational spaces, like would not the director of budget management be on par with those folks, right? And so just kind of like throwing that out there with this. Maybe it's because it's the only one in my packet that has color. Kind of felt like I don't know if that was done on purpose or not, but like I'm kind of fooling with the operational delegation piece, mainly because of how, at least the way I read this, your function, you're putting the departments in different functional spaces and then having someone in charge of like helping to guide that space. So but yeah, but the question I did have is really about how this kind of works flow. Like we're coming with recommendations, board of supervisors are gonna put this put a vote to it, and then it becomes the thing, right? So what is the process for the county executive to actually change the thing if that's the case?
And I think because I feel like before we hear a response, I just want to add a little in that, is it that we're trying to find where the line is where we're going to start building out the director of budget and management office? And so we just have to imagine what the versions of that potential county executive and where the latitude is and where we'll draw the line. Is that kind of the purpose of this moment? Okay. And then I will let you respond to the.
I think that's a great point. Yes, the elected county executive is in an elevated position. I think we portrayed it this way because we're thinking about the current CEO's office and what are the functions that gets split out, right? But I think heard for sure on that. And then in terms of your question of what happens when these recommendations go to the board, I mean, I think we need to be thoughtful about how we structure these recommendations, because at this stage we would very much be in a transition phase, but people should know where they're going to go. And that's not to say that we need to have it all figured out by September 9th, but if you're staying within the director of budget and management, or we think you're going somewhere else, those are kind of important questions that we should begin to put some shape onto. But I don't know if Ana or Santos want to say anything more directly to that, to how we're thinking about that transition.
It's on the bottom here.
Okay. Good afternoon, Ana Guerrero, consultant for the Elected Executive Ad Hoc. One reminder that I would lift up that maybe partially answers that question, Member Steele, is that you may recall that at the meeting on August 7th, one of the preliminary considerations put forth by the ad hoc is the idea of potentially recommending to the supervisors that they provide a transitional operating budget just for the first part of the year that the future elected executive is in office, to allow them time to deliberate once they're elected and once they've been through the process of campaigning for the office and getting a mandate from voters, to then design the office and potentially make an additional request or request changes to their budget from the Board of Supervisors that ultimately would have a say in what the budget is for the elected executive. And another preliminary consideration that was put forth is the idea of a discretionary budget that would then also allow the future elected executive to make some discretionary decisions about how to deploy those dollars to organize their office.
I think I'm asking probably more of a separations of power question than I am a budgetary question though, because to your point about like people knowing where they're gonna be, and like I guess I got some like PTSD of watching people who are doing great work in government, then like the whole thing just gets wiped away, and like thousands of people losing their jobs and everything just because of the freedom of someone to just completely change the structure after 4 years of doing it one way, then 4 years later somebody comes and does it again. That doesn't create continuity for the people who are receiving the services, right? And so I guess from a separations of power standpoint, how does that part work of if we make the recommendations, the board of supervisors approve the structure, does the changing of the structure have to have an approval process? I guess is the question I'm asking. Or what is that process? Even if it's just the people who are in charge of those parts of the county executive structure, like the deputies and all that. Like I'm just
Yeah.
asking it from that standpoint.
Well, I think many of these um, changes would have to go through a deliberative process and potentially a public process, because some of these considerations involve ordinances that would have to go through the Board of Supervisors, County Council, that would require going through, again, a public process where all sorts of stakeholders and the public would have a chance to comment before decisions are made. So they would not be unilateral decisions made by the county executive. It would be, that would not fit within the co-governance model that Measure G established.
Got it. So no executive orders.
Correct.
Okay,
So
great. Thank you.
I believe what Anna's saying is that she's absolutely correct. There would be a deliberate process. I believe that the way the measure is written, that the Board of Supervisors has the powers to remove or eliminate or add new agencies or new departments. I want to underscore what Anna said in terms of the ordinance issues with the positions. When you're talking about the first chisel going into the rock, that is really the first chisel, because because you're going to have to identify the positions that are going to be you can fund against and you can actually hire individuals. Once that's set, trying to change that is, you can talk to any department head. They will tell you what the struggle is. It's always the ordinance positions versus budgeted positions, and whether or not they have the right types of positions and the right salaries in order to attract the talent that they need in order to perform the process. So just keep in mind that first chisel that you all are going to, or the first guess, is going to be very, very important, because it's going to set the stage for the negotiations that are going to happen with the chief executive officer, the new CEO, elected CEO, and the board of supervisors through the budget process and through a lot of deliberations. That's why the concept of having what would you call it, the discretionary budget, is really, really important at this particular point in time, because you have to start setting the foundation for the hiring and the selection of staff and trying to organize your office. And so without those funds up front, it's going to be very, very difficult for people to catch up. Right. And also, a lot of the positions, remember that the CEO has a lot of those positions now. They're just not called deputy CEOs. They have different titles. Now, the real question is, are you going to make those deputy CEOs department head level people, which I believe you're going to have to. And so that's going to require a different ordinance process in order to give them that sort of authority over the departments. And so the way it was structured back in 2007 to 2013, every deputy CEO was a department head. And so they were what they call L items in the county. And so they functioned as department heads and they supervised department heads. So that particular position actually, I don't know if they did away with them, but they did exist at one point in time in the ordinance for the county. So just to let you know.
Sorry, Chair Santos, if you don't mind, can you explain ordinanced positions, ordinanced funded positions,
Budgeted.
unfilled, yeah,
Yeah.
budgeted filled positions, budgeted unfilled? And I think we should talk about how that's going to work, knowing that this is a January position and the budget cycle is July to July. And would the CEO be able to manipulate, I use the word manipulate, but there's nothing nefarious about that. How many chief deputies they have if the
Right.
position is ordinanced and budgeted, and how the supervisors, what the negotiations process is. We should be realistic
Right.
about the latitude the elected EO is going to have, because our recommendation, while I appreciate the wire diagram, um, this is the first chunk of a transition plan for a person who doesn't know they're going to get the job in a budget that's set while they're running for office. This, someone was asking about corporation. If you could read a textbook on strategic planning and transition planning for 110,000 employees and $54 billion, this isn't the way you would do it.
Correct.
But the reality is, I think what somebody said about setting that foundation, we're here now, we're going to get here, or maybe we're here and we're going to get here. It might be nice if GRTF could make that first step or set some latitude in place for the success of the county and the people that are served by the county, so we don't spend the first 6 months of the elected EO in a bitter feud about who's going to get what job and what they're going to get paid.
Would you like me to try to?
Yeah, in 3 minutes, Sandra.
In 3 minutes? Sure. Real simple. So let's take a deputy sheriff, for example. In the sheriff department, I don't know how many deputies you have, 5,000, 6,000, I'm not sure. But that's the number of ordinance positions that the sheriff can fill up. The problem is that there's a difference between an ordinance number of positions. Let's say they have hiring authority, they have ordinance positions for 100 deputy sheriffs, but they only get funded for 90. You can only fill 90 positions. And so in those 90, you never fill 90. You only can probably hire 75. And as a result, the filled positions or the filled positions are 75. You have vacancy of 75, 15, but you have ordinance for 100. And so it's a tool that is used by budgeteers, CEOs, in order to save money sometimes, because sometimes the CEO will say, I'm going to give you budget for 90 positions, but by the way, you have to give me $5 million back in savings. And so that means you can only hire 75 people. So it's an interesting problem. And so department heads are constantly always saying, well, I need 100 with the intent of growing the program or growing the position based on population, revenues, or what have you in the future. So they always want more ordinance positions than they do. And that's also to handle emergency situations as well.
I'm going to go to Member Mockridge.
Thank you. It's such an interesting conversation. I think some of my comments also are in line with what Member Steele was talking about. And I know this is kind of like, heard that this is not the recommendation, this is thought provoking, this is discussion. Clearly, you all raised the bar, and we're doing that. And to the person who's listening, thinking about, am I going to run for this role? This is the beginning of maybe what their campaign looks like, right? Of like, this is how I would structure it. So in that frame, right, like thinking about even just this operational delegation model, a lot of times when you hear about county, especially from workforce members or people who have to deal directly with our county departments, we hear the word silo a lot, like a lot. But and that protects like scope, and there's reasons why you would have something kind of built into a bucket. But also like understanding that there is so much crossover in the work that we do, and just looking at these delegation models and like the functional, like separating things in function, right? My urge is to check in with the departments, right? Not maybe just for us, but for the people who are considering what, if they had this role, what it would look like. Because when I'm looking at it, I appreciate the different branches, social service and justice and community, but then I think about it and I think of the medical examiner, and I can see where it would fit in one bucket, but also I see it very much as a health department. If we have a major outbreak or something like that, the ME is going to tell us so much about how we can react and protect our communities, and things like that. And so I think in some you have beaches and harbors and land use and infrastructure, and then in the other two it's under workforce and economic development, right? That is completely probably decided by the framework of the person and what their priority is. I see beaches as harbors as environmental. How are we keeping our beaches clean, our water clean and accessible for communities? But as there's having a conversation like, why would it be under economic development? Well, because the ports are there, right? So, but then what's the priority, right, of how we're setting things up and where departments are? I think there's also it comes to like the strength of the leadership. There is history with uh, grouping departments together. There was, and help me out. There, yeah, AHI, which existed for a couple years, in which it centralized the health services, mental health, yeah, and department health under kind of one kind of person. That doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, allied health something agency. Anyways, again, I think like if this is our first step at this, I think we owe it to, if we're going to present this in any form of recommendations, is really to do our due diligence of what the potential is, and really focusing in on the stakeholders that will impact there are thousands of people that are represented in all of these diagrams, that are going to be impacted, either big or small, when all these changes exist, and they're gonna want to know who they need to report to and what their mission is, really.
A little bit about the outreach to the department heads.
I'm sorry.
Oh, department heads.
You'd like us to, I'm sorry,
Do you want to speak on a little bit about the department heads outreach?
I,
I think
did,
Eddie has met with department heads, hasn't he?
yeah, so Eddie has been meeting with all the department heads. I know that Shadi is in the process of arranging meetings with the ad hocs. There's going to be several departments that will meet with the elected executive ad hoc. There'll be department heads that will meet directly with the GRTF. And so we're making those arrangements now. I know that Eddie has been having one-on-one meetings with them to talk to them about the co-equal branches and some of the other concepts that he thinks are important for them to understand. He's providing them with a lot of history in terms of where we are now. Status reports go up pretty regularly. And so I know that it's a topic of discussion as part of the department head meetings. Yep.
Thank you. I'm going to go now to Member Fazana.
First of all, I want to plead guilty for not having responded back to not needing these printed out anymore, so I will do that at this time. What I really do need printed out, though, are these organization charts, these 8.5 by 11s. Each one of them is unreadable. It would be good to see an 11 by 17 so we could actually look at some of these side by side to actually compare what's being talked about with these models. So even if I got these on Friday, I guess that would be helpful. But I think for me, this is not 8.5 by 11 doesn't work. And my screen, I can enlarge things, but I want to be able to look at things side by side. So I want to say that. The second thing is, as I'm hearing all this, I'm also thinking about what we heard earlier today. And I guess I'm trying to figure out what is the step to take what each of these are and then translate it to people about how does this change your relationship with the county? How do we go there? How do we take each of these proposals and make it something that's relatable to what we heard today? Is that part of what the task force or the ad hoc is looking at? I mean, or is this so preliminary that there's going to be a big change and this is, none of these are going to be moving forward?
We're still very much in a preliminary stage. But point well taken, both to printing them larger and to thinking about how to communicate not only what the change is, but how it would impact how cities, how communities would interact with the county. I think that's well taken. And one that certainly comes into play when we're thinking about these deputy executives. It could be that they are the forward face of the future county executive. Could be that they're very internal, right? I mean, I think that those are pieces that we should definitely be talking about and thinking through.
Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm going to double down on 11 by 17 and in color. So, thank you. I'm going to go to Member Rodarte. Actually,
Yeah, I just have a brief thing. This is why I use the digital one, John, because I can zoom in and out of the thing, and it's great actually, because yeah, these are really small. Oh yeah, yeah. Well, that's a whole different. I can't help that. Maybe two iPads. So my only question is, I think what we're seeing now is just how very complex this is, right? Like there is no easy solution for this. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. There's no easy solution for this. Thank you. And so as we work through this, I appreciate everyone's input, but I made a note as we're talking and to our friends from labor, I think it's really important that we engage them early on in this process because there's going to have to be negotiations around moving people in the county, reporting who you're going to report to, the different types of protections, right? So I think that's a huge piece of this because we may come up with a full-on org chart and only to find out that there's, 3 years worth of negotiations that need to occur before we can do that. So I think as we consider this, we should consult with them. I don't know how we do it in the ad hocs, but that's just my note. Like, how do we include the labor ad hoc into this discussion as we formulate these potential org charts? Because depending on how we do it, it's going to result in a lot of upfront work that's going to save the county a whole lot of trouble later, potentially. So that's my only comment.
and I would just, and I don't know if this is the right, and I'm curious if that's part of the reason for these special meetings is so we can all talk about it together. And so if we need to earmark a little time for it, I think we can also explore that. I don't know if you have an additional.
No, I was just going to say, David Green is on the ad hoc. He couldn't be here today, but certainly I think his voice and his representation of the labor community is an essential part of this work for sure. And yes, Chair, I mean that's kind of the idea of these special meetings as an opportunity to start looking at some of these concepts and really have a deep dive.
Yeah, but I'm talking about there's like some serious like legal and like, organizational type of concerns that we, I don't know how we do it, but I appreciate that some way, somehow, that should be part of this process.
Yeah, and we did do that initial meet with SEIU 721, and so this is something we are engaging with, and the findings are in the agenda as well. Chair Yap, also, I just got a notification. I'm gonna have to leave at 5:15. I'm gonna have to leave at 5:15.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm going to go now to Member Gray.
It seems like I've either gotten my question answered or I'm thoroughly confused. But it, it goes all the way back to what Gabs was saying about how she was trying to pull everything together in terms of where everything is going. The good part is that I understand that we are having initial discussions with respect to our elected county executive and who goes where and the delegation. So what I did, and I didn't do it intentionally, but this is what happened. I clicked on one of my, oh, on one of my charts. Here it is. And I was wondering what happened to the DA and the sheriff, and why is the assessor separate and apart from everything else? Because the assessor is elected. So is the DA, so is the sheriff. But then it seems like the DA should be under this, what did we have here? The Justice League over there. Why aren't they there? And I don't see a conflict, especially when it comes to, now I go back to my days when we talked about negotiating salaries for public defender, alternate public defender, and DAs. They were all kind of together at the same time. Public defenders formed a union. Alternate public defenders did not. So there's labor involved, and it doesn't matter if you're represented or not, you're still in that whole negotiation. So that's kind of why I said, well, why is this, and how do we bring those two in, that is the DA and, okay, I won't say anything about the sheriffs, because I don't want my head cut off. So, and I don't want anybody to remind me of my past. I just think that I need to understand how, under the theory of Measure G with respect to transparency, this new, quote, realignment of our government, how are we leaving those who are elected alone when we're actually sort of saying to the other 4 members of the Board of Supervisors, hey, we're going to help you with how you're going to get elected, how you're going to do your offices. Why is it that the sheriff, the assessor, and the district attorney, who should be on the same par with the public defender and alternate public defender, why are we not touching them? Or why are we not discussing it? Or is it part of charter? Or is it part of ordinance?
It's a, well, I think Mr. Winnick would be able to answer the question from a legal perspective, but the sheriff, assessor, and district attorney are elected bodies, and so their operations are independent of the county structure. They are free to do what they need to do in terms of, you know, delivering on the mission of their offices. So I think the best way that I can describe it to you, if you remember, Lacera, you had the county executive office, the county audit, what do they call them, chief audit executive. They didn't report to the CEO at Lacera. They reported to the board, right? But administratively, they were duty bound to follow the rules and administrative apparatus that is in place. And so that's similar to here. So the assessor has to go through the budget process. They have to adhere to the ordinance, the sheriff also. And so from an administrative perspective, yes, there is a relationship. There is that needs to be had. But from an operational perspective, the sheriff can do what they need to do. They can marshal resources as they see fit within the budgetary parameters. And the assessor is the same. And so is the district attorney. That's why they're not here, because they're not, this DCEO does not direct them at all. But administratively, they have to follow, and there'll be a relationship in that particular area. That's the way it was done back in 2007 to 2013.
Yeah, as Santos mentioned, the sheriff, the attorney, they have separate legal authority from the state constitution on down to state statutes. So they do, as independent elected officials, have, you know, their own jurisdiction and authority. But I don't want to just echo what Santos said, but they do participate in the county process in terms of labor negotiations and policies and ethics rules and things such as that. Anyway, yeah.
I mean, the big fight would come, say, with the DA, the public defender, and the alternate public defender, um, and even probation to a lesser extent, of when we're negotiating for salary, everybody wants to be on the same par. So we're separate, but we're not so much separate.
Yeah, I'm going to go now to Member Soto.
Thank you so much, Chair. So I've really enjoyed the conversation, and it's so, I think, valuable to have our varied perspectives sort of be brought forth and engage. And so it just reminds me like how important the the conversation of the body as a whole is, right? So thank you everyone for this extra time. For me, I think I heard from a number of my colleagues about the engaging of stakeholders, and I think that it is important for us to do that work. And so I kind of wrestle with like how do we do that work and still stay timely. And so I'm wondering if there's a way that we can phase um, our recommendations, right? Like there are recommendations that relate to the county executive so that everything goes to the ballot and the relationship maybe of like the major, most senior positions. To me, like, is there, like, there's a question of whether the operations could be something that we could engage in, in sort of sub phases so that we do have the questions like that. For example, like I was telling Member Mockridge, like I loved how she, described things like the harbor and the oceans and right, so that we can actually formulate questions. And then I also appreciated knowing that Eddie and the team are doing some research with the departments. Like, can we get that information before we move forward with any recommendations? Again, I just don't want to rush our process enough because we are making monumental shifts. And as has been stated, like we're affecting people's lives, right? And the constituency of this county. And so I just want to make sure that we're working as a team with the county, right? In understanding while still taking our job most seriously in making our most bold of recommendations, right? So anyway, those were my thoughts. I think that went quicker than I thought. I think that's all I had.
I have to say, can I say something about beaches and harbors since I was a director there? I used to tell people that Beaches and Harbors is a property development firm masquerading as a city and a department with a big sandy park. That's what they do. So, but their key business really is managing the harbor and managing the leases and the development that goes on in Marina Del Rey. And so the park is a recreational aspect that kind of was tacked on because the harbor is also a revenue generator for the county. And it's recreational as well. So sorry, I thought I'd throw that in there. Reflex.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Member Horonas.
One thought I just wanted to offer in regards to structure, potential structures of the county executive office. I've been thinking a lot about Passaic in this discussion in regards to when the community had come and kind of talked to us about the waste issues that were happening in the community. Um, and then I was thinking about when we went to the Valley and they talked about some of their issues that are facing that community. And everyone is facing something differently, right? In Los Angeles, that's why we have board of supervisors that in theory represent like those communities and their interests. I'm just wondering if there's also an alternative model of county executive as it relates to kind of a pod structure and based on regionalization. So, for example, if we were to do a deputy, excuse my titles, like I like take that out of the consideration, but if there was someone representing mental health just for a certain part of Los Angeles County and a certain part of representing DI in a certain part of LA County, versus someone that is broad brushstrokes across the county. I know that the Board of Supervisors, once again, does a little bit of that job in regards to representing the interests, but I don't know, just something to consider too, because that's also a popular model for corporate companies. Like there's a head of a Southwest division, there's a head of a Northwest division, because the divisions of marketing in those parts of the country are very different than I would do something like Washington to Florida. So in theory, there's something to be said about the way LA County is also equally as large within that. We're literally a country size than most of the world, but something to consider.
That's a great question, and just a little bit of context, maybe to kind of tack onto your question on this exact answer. But the county, as big as it is, as you had mentioned, is split up into what's called service planning areas, spas, the eight spas, and um, it's more. I don't know the history of it, but it's very much centered around public health. But then also noting that a lot of the departments also use those spas, those 8 regions, to allocate teams to respond to specific. So I think some of what you're discussing already happens internally, but to your point, Member Girona, is like, that's more of like a working functional model because the system is already built there, and you might have like a regional manager of spa 3 for a given department. I think Parks and Rec is a little similar. They do something similar. Um, but I think it's a valid point to even highlight that as like a potential for this, because I think functionally it happens, but you wouldn't know it unless you were comfortable with the word spa and knowing exactly what that meant, spa 8, spa 5, and knowing which spa you were in as a resident, because that's another piece. We have 5 districts.
That was actually going to
and
be
we
the
have
other point,
8
yeah.
spas. So sometimes you could be in District 4 and be in spa 8. Right? And you wouldn't, and that, like if you were to try to access services and they'd be like, oh, you're in a different spa, or you have to go to this, whatever, right? It's another point of, like.
I love that you clarified that, so thank you.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Member Sure.
Yeah, to piggyback on what Member Mockridge said, my experience with different county departments is the same, that they're broken out geographically. Ideally, the customer, the citizen, or the person, visitor or business person would never know what region they're in. They're just going to get quality service. But for the services that make sense to be broken up geographically, they are. And then in some cases, some stuff is centralized if it's a very discrete piece that then has to be deployed out, like some aspects of the sheriff's department certainly fall into that, the fire department. And actually, that's been my experience with the departments that we integrate with, Parks and Rec, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think the level that we're talking about here is actually at the department head level, and below that department head is going to be a geographic and specialization dispersion within each of those departments, depending on their size and their function. And so there's a lot to that. Question, what deadlines do we have and product requirements do we have out of this elected EO job that I could write down in like 3 bullet points or even 5 if I stretched myself? Do we have that? Yeah, what products does GRTF owe the Board of Supervisors on the elected EO? Definitively.
Definitively, there isn't a specific definitively,
Okay.
right? I mean, it's giving shape to the
Yeah.
county executive.
Okay, and I support that. I think that as I've been looking at the wire diagrams and the work that you all did, for me, it was very thought-provoking. I see, and I'll use the word conflict, which isn't always bad. There's a competition of resources and ideas and things like that, and that process theoretically yields the best result, right? But that's going to occur between the Board of Supervisors and the new elected EO when that happens. And I think to other members' points, we don't have an institution that to say we're going to make a 10% tweak, a 5% marginal tweak on the previous administration. This is going to be massive potentially. It is unlikely that the elected EO is going to want to maintain status quo because the design is completely not set up that way as is. There must be change. The departments are going to have to move under the elected EO with the new design. So this is a transition team. We don't know who the elected EO is, but we owe, I won't say the EO, but we owe the residents of Los Angeles County a step in the right direction. We should offer um, a substantial recommendation to the Board of Supervisors with cost and considerations of the budgeteers. I think it would be was it the 27, 28 first cycle budget could maybe get, I'm not going to say halfway or 25% of the way there, that we're not going from 0 to 100, that instead it's a marginal movement when the new elected EO comes in. It's a starting point. Um, I don't know the timeline to backwards plan from that, but I think we should set up a goal around that budget so we can work out what we're talking about. I think that also provides the workforce some notice of what they could anticipate. It's not the decision, but it could alleviate stress and fear because there's anticipation. I'm going to come back to that notice piece here at the end. Um, we might, and I've been the one squawking about experts and stuff. This is an organizational management piece. It's a remodeling of a huge corporation with a very, very diverse amount of products that it has to deliver. This might be an area where we might benefit from an organizational management expert that helps us refine our proposal. When I was looking at the wire diagram, I want to see the departments, how many employees they have, how many managers, their annual budget. And I know that your diagram has a lot, and it's obviously too small. But you know, those are the kind of things that we would actually build into part of our analysis. And so I think it's worth doing that. I don't know if there's enough time to get to the A product, but I think for a piece that's this important, this is the big change for the county, that we owe it to the employees and to the citizens to really dig in hard on this. I don't know how much could be in the subcommittee, how much needs to be in the open meeting, but I would encourage some resources put here to support our product for a couple of reasons. And I'll give one of those reasons, and it's, I think the more well-researched and resourced our recommendation is that goes to the board. And I have confidence in this group here with the diversity of thought that we're going to do something reasonable. It makes it more challenging for the politics to eat up what is a good first step. Okay. And so, you know, I'd like to see that, and maybe I'll personally disagree with that outcome. But at the end of the day, we need to make that first step. Because when the elected EO comes aboard and they have to take too many steps too quickly in an elected spot, that they're likely to stumble, and we should do everything we can to avoid that. As to the labor piece, neither David nor I can anticipate exactly what this is going to do for people that are represented. So our work here isn't in acquiescence of the bargaining responsibility that the county might have, but we can anticipate that. But until the decision's actually made, we're not all the way there. And in my case in particular, I don't actually directly represent the 19 unions that I have at the coalition in every aspect. Each of those individual unions would have to be engaged. Certainly my role here can help smooth out that process. But what I have found with the employees is the more they know, the sooner, and limit apprehension, it makes change easier or more palatable, even for government employees. And so everything I've said prior to that would feed into that notion.
In response to your first question, Marcel found the very specific language in the board motion of what we have to do. And again, it's still pretty general. One, reorganization options that include the creation of a county legislative officer, a director of budget and management, including staffing and budget, which is kind of where we're headed here. And two, a staffing and budget proposal for the county executive's office.
So the first two or three, we've beaten that around. That ends up here or there, and I get that. That last one is substantial. That's the one where we want to try to cover ground for the supervisors and for the new elected EO. so that they at least have an idea of what they could be looking at. Whether that's what they decide to do or what they agree to is a completely different thing.
And I know for me, the conversations we had about transition, like how do we sort of make something adaptable that also is allows. Oh, sure. I think it's just the conversation we had on August 7th about the transition budget and this idea of the office having the ability to hit the ground running, but also have adaptability there, I think is so much of, I feel, the spirit of this conversation. So I know I've really appreciated it. And so Chair Pro Tem Sidwani, I feel like you're next in.
Great. I do have a separate point from all of this, but a couple responses. I think in terms of the transition comment that you had made, Derek, I agree. You know, one of the things I think working with Anna that's been really informative is she shared and talked a little, maybe you want to just share this, but when Garcetti was elected as mayor, the Villaraigosa team had left transition documents of this is how we think you should continue to do things. At the end of the day, it was a new administration that could choose to do that or not. They chose not to for all sorts of reasons. But the problem for the future county executive, the first county executive, is there won't be any transition documents. So whatever is passed on to them might come from us, right? I mean, not saying that we're going to have all of it, but from the CEO, we might be able to pull together several of these kinds of documents, white papers, thoughts about how it should operate for them. They can choose not to use it if they want. But ultimately, the county does have that challenge, is there isn't a precedent before us. Gabs, in terms of your perspective on the spas and thinking about that geographic representation, I mean, I think further down the road we'll get more into how should constituent services be structured within the elected executive. We're kind of saying, yes, there will be constituent services. What that is, I don't know. Maybe that constituent services of the elected executive is geographical by spa area or something like, right? Maybe there's ideas here to play around with as we continue to work on this throughout the next year or two that we want to think about. Maybe that's a way of improving some of the coordination between the future county executive and the supervisors. And then why I actually put my put my card up here. I wanted to bring us back to one of the early pieces on these, and I know it's hard to see, but really, and I'll put on my glasses too, but if we take a look at these different diagrams, one core difference is what functions stay within the future budget director office, the Director of Budget and Management. And I'm wondering, Santos, if you can help us understand and just walk us through a little bit of what some of these core functions are. So if we're looking at the first model on page 7, which is perhaps the most expansive style for the Director of Budget and Management. It includes the Office of Budget and Management, but also Central Administrative Support, the Chief Information Officer, Department of Human Resources, Internal Services Department, Treasurer and Tax Collector, and the Registrar, Recorder, and County Clerk. And I'm wondering if you can briefly just walk us through a little bit of what some of these departments are, just so we have an idea of what it is that's at stake here. Because to me, one of the core pieces is as you get into some of the other diagrams, those pieces move away. And I think that's been an important kind of learning moment for me in this process. I want to make sure everyone else kind of can benefit from your years of experience.
Can we put up slide 7 of the Civitas presentation on the screen, please?
Did you?
We're looking at slide 7, but I don't, Santos, do you want to go ahead and start while we get the slide
Sure.
7 up?
First, now that I have to read this, I completely agree with the 8x17 chart. So we heard you. So the the areas that under the Director of Budget and Management, once it comes up, the functions are very, very expansive. And so to Member Schuer's comment in terms of span of control issues, there definitely are some span of control concerns when you look at this. So just as a background, back in 2007, this particular structure in 2013 was pretty much the way the county was operating under the DCEO structure. And so the Director of Budget and Management, all the functions on the left-hand side of the chart were all of the units actually that reported to myself as the DCEO over the operations cluster. And so I can tell you from experience that the span of control is gigantic. I spent most of my time, quite frankly, writing performance evaluations and dealing with administrative concerns. So under the Office of Budget and Management, the Budget and Operations Management, the BOM is what they're called. That's really the core function of the office in terms of putting together the overall centralized budget for the county. And so what they do is they interact with the budget analysts in department land to gather information in order to prepare the budget. So remember that they're always working in 3 budget cycles. They're working on the budget that they're closing, the budget that they're in, and then the budget that they're preparing. So it's a constant cycle. And not only do they manage trying to put the overall budget together, but they also are very deeply involved in program review of the county agencies, and they're constantly receiving information from the departments in terms of budgetary resources, challenges, obstacles, coordination issues amongst departments. The budget policy and revenue alignment, I don't recall, it's been a while since I've been in that particular area, but I think it has to do with, subventions and how the county is funded. And they try to align all of the different revenue streams and try to figure out how all that works. And I'll have to get back to you on that to give you more precise information. In terms of asset management, that has to do with all the space that the county, all the surplus land that the county owns. It has to do with all the capital projects that are on the launching pad. It has to do with a lot of strategic planning as well in terms of trying to open a new hospital, for example, or a new health clinic somewhere. That's what the asset management folks do. They also negotiate leases for specific buildings to house multiple programs out in the communities. Labor and compensation, they're the folks that actually analyze job descriptions. They do compensation studies to make sure that county employees are being compensated properly based on market rates and so on and so forth. And they also have they take care of all 38 county agencies. The risk management, those are the individuals that take care of all of the insurance issues for the county, any claims that are against the county, where there are civil claims or there are claims, the transportation, accidents, workplace issues, and so on and so forth. Policy implementation alignment, that's the incubation period, the incubation section where there's motions that come through the board. There's specific areas that are important to the Board of Supervisors, and they get placed in the CEO's office until they grow enough so that they can be they spin off and become their own department, or they get absorbed within larger departments. So the central administrative support functions are more strategic in nature, but they also have tactical responsibilities as well. So, for example, the Chief Information Office, they're responsible for a lot of the strategic initiatives, information security concerns, and they provide broad direction to the departments to make sure that everybody is uniform. So one of the things that they did, for example, is when we had switch over from, I'm going to date myself, Windows 10 to Outlook, I believe. That particular agency had to take care of that and made sure that all the funding for the entire county was funded through a central agency and was rolled out. They do a whole lot of other things in terms of cybersecurity concerns and making sure that all the county data is secured. And so that's what they do. And then human resources, they take care of all the employee benefits, making sure that 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 we're hiring people properly, that all the policies and procedures are in place and the protocols in order to hire someone, making sure that the field is level and that everybody has an opportunity to work for the county. They have a lot of different lines. They do executive search for department heads, senior managers, and they also assist departments through a shared services program where smaller departments don't have specific skill sets in their departments, and so they provide that assistance to the county agencies. For that internal services, they take care of all the buildings, the transportation. They do a lot of maintenance. They do have some construction functions within their responsibilities. They're the purchasing agent for the County of Los Angeles, which is a huge job. They make sure that all the county departments are following the right purchasing protocols, bidding process, and so on and so forth, RFPs, and requests for information. The treasurer and tax collector, they're the treasurer, they're the ones that actually pay the bills in terms of making sure the monies get distributed to the right bank accounts. Every county employee really likes them on the 15th and 30th of the month because they're the ones that make sure that people get paid on time. The tax collector portion, they're generally housed, I think, on the first floor, and they are very busy in December, November, and April, where they're collecting taxes. They deposit. They're responsible for the banking relationships for the County of Los Angeles. They are also responsible for a portion of the debt management, where they are the ones that issue bonds in the public finance section, uh, lease obligation bonds, and making sure that there's plenty of financing to secure equipment that's needed not only in the hospitals, but in general government and in purchasing buildings and so on and so forth. The registrar recorder, um, the ones that take care of all of the documents, the recorded documents, and of course, they run the elections for the County of Los Angeles. So those are that's a very quick rundown of the central agencies. What I'd like to point out is that all of those central agencies provide support to the rest of the chart on the right-hand side. And so a very, very important part. It's very operationally focused. I can tell you that all DHR, ISD, TTC, and registrar recorder are very, very customer focused, and they take their role in terms of making sure they support the county agencies to the best of their ability. All right. Good.
Thank you, Santos. That was
I can keep going.
way more than I had
Oh, sorry.
than I'd anticipated, but it's amazing.
Okay.
Your just the breadth of knowledge that you have from your years of experience. And I'm so glad that you went into that level of detail because I think that is a big question that we have to answer for is, does it make sense to keep all of this work within the future director of budget and management? Or are there other places where we should be thinking about some of these departments and services going to other parts of the county? And so I just want to hone in. I know it's hard to see, but on some of those other drafts, bless you, creation of new areas, things like a deputy executive of operations and innovation, or a chief people officer. So this is an opportunity maybe it makes sense to keep all of these things within the Director of Budget and Management. Maybe that's easier, but is that really what we need for the county as we're moving further and further into the 21st century? I don't know, but I think that's an important question that we'll need to answer for.
There's a whole reason.
Thank you. I'm going to go to member Fazana, then member Scher, then member Phelps, then member Harona. Start out is my announcement.
Somewhere in my imagination, I recall hearing member Sure talk about a management study, and it occurred to me, when was the last time LA County did a detailed management study? If and when I announced my candidacy for county executive, I would probably claim I was going to do a management study and come up with the very best organization possible, which then might render a lot of what we're doing out the door. Or is there a way to jump that whole process by starting that process now or early in 2027, figuring out how we start a study like that? Again, we've got our budget constraints, but realistically, it probably should occur to really come up with an ideal structure. It seems like maybe we don't have the resources to align this in a way that might be, give confidence to an incoming county executive that maybe some of the work has started and that we could save some time there. So I'm only throwing that out, how that might work. And again, I don't know when the last huge organizational study occurred, but I'm just wondering about that.
I think if I had to guess, the last real look at that happened prior to 2007, when they went to the DCEO model. Most of the focus over the last 30, 20 years now, is really about strategic planning for individual departments, in terms of getting their particular structure right, because the business lines are so diverse, so different. And they did away with the centralized function and they went to a more decentralized model. And so there was really, I don't believe, a need to look at it from that perspective at that point in time, because they've made up their mind that they want to decentralize the decision making.
Well, then it would seem that G would be a logical trigger point after 20 years to maybe do this over again. And maybe there'd be a few alternatives within G. How would we restructure this based on what the voters have done and based on how technology's evolved and what's happened with the different counties? Maybe that's something, again, if I were going to be a candidate, that's something I would suggest, which I'm not going to be, but maybe we could save a few years and start it sooner and get the results sooner.
Thank you for sharing your platform with us. Member Horonis, I know you were going to respond to that. Is that right?
Yeah, I just wanted to piggyback off it because I think I was having a similar thought in a different in a bit of a different context. But for me, like, I look at this as someone who's like, you know, been in startups and invested, and like you go to corporate companies, like at certain points like this, when you're handing $1 billion business, it's Deloitte, it's Boston Consulting Group, it's Afex, it's like, you know, these corporate restructuring companies that can identify problems within businesses at large scales and do months and months of work in that way. So a similar note to member Vasana here, like, I think there's something interesting to really consider. And to me, it's not the comparison of the nature of the county, because I think it would be very cruel to do an audit of the county and its effectiveness. I think it's rather more of a comprehension of like, well, now that we're here, like, what could this look like? And from the top, you know, consulting firms in the world.
I'm going to go to member Scher and then member Phelps, and I think that's member Steele back up. Let's say yes. Is that, is your placard? Okay. And then member Phelps is back down, so member Scher, go
I
ahead.
mentioned the organizational management thing. That's the management study. I still stick with that recommendation. I think the work needs to be started now. By the time the elected EO is in office, it's too late for a whole bunch of reasons. And when I look at this wire diagram, and you think that each of those blocks is maybe 2,000 and 25,000 employees, you start to realize, you know, the size of the enterprise, you know, depending on what we're looking at here. I have a question, and maybe Santos knows this. Are the current department heads civil service protected? And if not, Are they full at will and do they have reversion?
So I do have the answer to that. They are full at-will employees. Civil service ended in the county, I believe, in the 1970s for department heads, if I
Okay.
remember correctly. So they are at will. They all have employment contracts with the County of Los Angeles.
They have employment contracts.
Correct. And they're at will.
Okay. When there's going to be change, people who can go do.
Yep.
Sometimes those aren't the people you want to go because they can go. And if a large company or an organization was faced with a transition of this size, you see it all the time. You see it in government, and prior to an administration terming out, people start to walk. Corporations, a good leader goes, you see people go with them. The county has an interest in retaining, and I don't speak for management, I normally confront them. I believe that during a time of change, the county would benefit from the experience of some number of these people. I don't know them all, have no way to gauge them on about an aggregate scale that matters. And so I think the work with the management consultant and putting together a plan provides people a sense of, oh, if I did another year with the county, it could look like this, and I could factor that in. I think if for no other reason, stabilizing the workforce and giving the people an understanding of what it's going to look like. The recommendation that would come from a consultant might be, we don't recommend moving people physically to different locations, which, by the way, in the county is a huge deal. Because if you're located in North County one day and then all of a sudden on the east side, it blows your commute up an hour and a half in each direction, and people will often leave employment for that reason alone. And so there are going to be, and they're most likely not represented people. It'll be the non-reps and the at-wills who are going to be dealing with this. County council, for example, I don't know how many different facilities they work out across the county. There's a lot to this. And so I think I'm going to come back to this study, but I think it really permeates out in a lot of directions. But the time is now. Otherwise, it'll be the next, Wednesday morning after the election, we're going to wake up and say, damn, what's going to happen now? We shouldn't leave the county to that situation. It's really not fair to really anybody. So I'll let it go. Thank you.
Steele?
I just want to say thank you to each and every one of y'all for this robust discussion. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm nervous. I'm nervous about this. Because you want to create the space for it not to be difficult to uh remove bad actors, but you don't want good actors to be able to be easily removed either, right? I'm listening to everything that has been shared through the ears of, like, what does it actually mean to the everyday person who exists in the county? Um, and there are some day-to-day things that are happening very well here. Um, so the setup of this, and I framed it as like the itching in the stone. Like I think it's important to kind of get those. I said last week we got one shot, once in a century almost opportunity to do this, and we only get to roll this out one time, right? And so Member Soto and I were sitting here and going back and forth about how much information do we need in order to be able to do that effectively. Um, you know, I I don't envy the energy of the committee who has to really dive even deeper on this than we already have. And thank you for the work you have done so far. I really mean that. I think we're heading in the right direction, though. I think we're asking the right questions. Um, I will also state, though, something I kind of brought up in the last meeting, and I'll wrap it up here. I think neutrality really stands out as an important piece of this puzzle, knowing that we have some folks who work in the county government, whether they are electeds or not, who may be running for this role, and like being very clear about types of county information and resources they have access to, staff staff time, transition decisions, transparency around those things, like setting the tone now so that we don't have a situation where folks with soft power or hard power are also setting up themselves for these roles. Like that is something else that's also kind of coming up for me to be thoughtful around this. Kind of why I'm asking the question around like, what do the board of supervisors and what they say now set the tone for like what the role is? You know, because then it matters who is actually steering the conversations on the board level in the next couple years too, as far as it's concerned. So when I say I'm not nervous because I don't think I know we're going to do the right thing because we so far have like deliberated in good faith and also thoughtfully and come up with some really solid recommendations. But the gravity of this, I guess, is the piece of it that is kind of like really sitting with me. And so again, thank you for the conversation today. Thank you for the work that y'all are putting in on this. I'm looking forward to the conversations that we have with community about furthering some of these ideas, so we can get to September 9th in a way that probably is what I feel like will be the best that we have kind of put forward, as best as we could, you know, with the given the circumstances. So.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, on that. It looks like all of our name tents, oh, under time. I know, under time. All right. Thank you to everybody who participated in the discussion. I know for me too, just really appreciated both the thoughtfulness of the recommendations and the conversation, as well as all of the public engagement. And I think just a real passion to be part of this shaping with all of us. And so um, I know we have a lot to do, and I think I hear the nervousness, but also I appreciate the company both here in this task force, as well as those of you who came out to speak with us today and future forward. So thank you to everybody who spent time with us today. I'm going to pause and say, I think we have a few more things to go over. Do we have anything else? For all the things. I know there was an SEIU public engagement report out that member Tabatabai was not able to stay for, but we did include it in the packet. And just to say the public engagement happened, since we did have conversations around public engagement today, I think the value of including that report out from Imprenta on that was valuable. And so just, I'm going to read some of these talking points. So on August 10th, we had close to 100 SEIU 721 members come and engage directly around Measure G. Edward Yen, the executive officer, did do a presentation followed by an interactive Mentimeter poll. And so the poll results are included in the packet for the agenda. It gave us a useful snapshot of things. 91 members who responded to the initial questions, 59 expressed support for the creation of an elected county executive, while about 20% said they were neutral or needed more information, and 21 expressed some level of concern. Collective bargaining was the clearest priority. I'm going to give some fast overview, and you can take a look at it. And then more than 70% said that they want additional information about how labor negotiations will work. The Q&A reflected many of those same themes, and I know the questions are included in the report out as well as some of the responses. There was also a clear expectation that employees remain part of the process. 80% of respondents identified labor organizations, and nearly 79% identified county employees as stakeholders who should be directly engaged. Finally, when members were asked what successful implementation should look like, some of the most common responses were transparency, accountability, seamless, and inclusive, which I think is a good way for us to approach the remainder of our work and was very much a theme from today. Overall, the session provided useful feedback that can help inform the task force's continued work, particularly around collective bargaining, employee protections, decision-making authority, and ongoing engagement. Thank you to David Green and SEIU 721 for hosting and creating this space for a direct conversation with county employees. So thank you, everybody. Thank you for that report out. And on that note, I think we go to public comment. All right, let's go to public comment. Thank you.
In-person attendees wanting to speak on this item, please complete the speaker form and return it to staff. Virtual attendees wanting to speak on this item, please use the raise hand feature on your computer or press *3 on your phone. Virtual speakers will be called by name or your phone's 6 prefix number. Staff will unmute you, and you may need to press *6 to speak or follow the instructions from your service provider. After you have spoken, please lower your hand or press *3. As a reminder, you'll have 2 minutes to speak on the item. We're going to start with in-person. So first, we're going to start with Karen, and I believe she left, but is Karen here? No? Okay, we're going to go to virtual speakers. We have David Friendall. Let me go ahead and, sorry, wrong mouse. Unmute you, hold on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, we go ahead and speak.
Great, thank you. I am David Friedendahl. I'm before you today with several hats. I am the mayor of the city of Glendora. I'm also our city's appointed delegate to the California Contract Cities Association and a vice president of Independent Cities Association. While I appreciate this great discussion about the organization process at the end of the program, I have been here for the entire program. I think it's important to recognize that between those two associations and the COGS that did present today, our cities are all in union in the thought that we're very concerned about the services, the organization, and the makeup of how the process and communication with cities will continue to work. Please understand right now the CEO office is almost invisible to the cities. Our work is done through the networking with our local board of supervisor. So this is a very big change. And when you're talking, 73 cities are involved with the group, 72 of them law enforcement, huge numbers involved in county services, but not every city is. So to please keep in mind and to accept input from the cities on what is important to keep that value going. We also are encouraged by the organization because an elected or a possible celebrity CEO may not be a good solution. So to continue this discussion of organization and a fine organization chart will be critical to continuing to serve the county's operation. So with that, let's continue to partner together and let's get it right. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Roy, go ahead. You have 2 minutes to address. Roy, are you going to speak? No. Okay, that concludes public comment. And Chair, the floor is yours.
Thank you to everyone who's joined us today. Our next meeting is August 21, 2026 at the Kenneth Hahn Hall of Administration. Learn more at measure.g.lacounty.gov. And we are going to adjourn at 5:56. Thank you, everybody. Really appreciate today.
So if nobody signs it, what, I'm sorry? If nobody signs it,
What else on Friday other than leftover presenter? Because it's really Tim's next. No.
No.
No, and Tim's not presenting until the 28th. Yeah.
Or for the roundtable? Yeah.